of the Green Deal Ukraine project here in Kiev. And we are a trilateral project, Poland, Germany, and Ukraine. Our partners are Forum Energy. I'm welcoming Maciej Jakubik, who presents here Forum Energy, Dixie Group, Roman Nicovic will present it here today, Eco Action, Oleg Pasyuk is presenting our partners. I'm also welcoming the delegations, representatives, the Polish ambassador, Mr. Lukasiewicz, who is here, the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Semenenko, who is here, energy community represented by Adam Zwetsch, and many others that came today for this event. We have more than 380 that registered for today's event, online and offline. And we indeed believe being here in Kiev in these hard times, nearly 1,000 days of war, is absolutely crucial. Our topic of this conference is investments in energy and climate in times of war. And we've been deliberately choosing that title to a little bit step aside from this reconstruction rhetorics, because reconstruction kind of suggests there's a war, it will be over, there will be a reconstruction. But what we see de facto in Ukraine is that every day, every minute, Ukrenergo, DTEC, companies, ministries, individuals, NGOs are reconstructing their country, and they try to do so with a bigger emphasis on the energy transition, going to a more decentralized system in the future, because also more decentralized system means security of supply and also changes in governance, let's be honest, with more ownership of a democratic country on energy structures. Thanks a lot for being here. I hand over to my colleague Georg Zachmann for some welcoming words, and then we will present our state of play in the project.
Yes, good morning also from my side. Very, very warm welcome to you here in the room and also online. I would like to ask you that we can have today a very frank discussion on the topics. We all know that there are challenging issues currently and ahead of us, and that it is a sign of a trustful and serious discussion about those matters if we can really exchange openly on the matters as much as possible. So I would invite everybody to also kind of challenge our views, our takes of the project, and get into a discussion, because we don't want to go home to Warsaw and Berlin and think everything is fine. We want to better get in a dialogue with you. We of course hope that, especially for those that are here, that this is also a forum for exchange among each other. Most or many of you know each other, but there's always new people coming into the bubble, and the energy and climate bubble of Kiev. And I think it's very worthwhile to have this sort of fora to exchange. Let me now briefly explain on what we had in mind for today in the program. Maybe somebody can put up the program on the screen. So we will, after our brief welcome, have a high-level panel debate that provides a bit the broader perspective with a view from essentially Poland, that is going to hold the council presidency in the first half of next year. So it will be a very important player, and as I understand, Poland also will put Ukraine at the center of its priorities for the first 6 months at the European Council. So I'm also very happy and honored that Mr. Ambassador Lukasiewicz could join us. We will have a perspective from the EU. with Deputy Director General Dusek from the European Commission, DG Klima, that can provide a picture on what is going on in terms of European climate policy, but also what that means for Ukraine. And then we have a Ukrainian perspective with Bogdan, sorry for not being able to fully pronounce the name, Zamenenko. He replaces Svetlana Rinchuk, because you all heard of the yesterday issues with the bomb threats everywhere and the challenges. So she couldn't join us today, but I think he's perfectly placed to indicate us more about the Ukrainian direction in terms of climate policy, because he's the director responsible for ETS, carbon pricing, CBAM, and all those topics we all care very much about. The second session is looking into the question what we need in the short term in the electricity system. We all know about the significant challenges and how we can resolve them. So what are the tools to get power sector and grid investments quickly? What can we do there? And I think we have a very interesting set of presentations and a great audience to discuss that with. In the third session, we will discuss more broadly what Ukraine in the more medium term needs as an enabling framework for investments, things like data, national energy and climate plan, and again, people like Alexander Diachuk that has been very instrumental in developing the Ukrainian NECP, and Andriy Kritura that works for the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, will enlighten us on the stage of discussion here. Then we have a lunch break, so the most important part of the session. Unfortunate for those that couldn't be here, but very happy for all that can be here to exchange and have some food. And after that, we would like to share with you some insights that we gathered from our capacity building work. So we have a quite substantive capacity building program that Susanne will tell you probably more about a bit later. And we are very grateful that this session is opened by Dirk Schatzschneider from the German ministry. So he is Director General in the Ministry of Research and Development that is financing us. Research and Education, sorry, that is financing us, and he will give some also opening remarks on that panel. Finally, the last major session discusses on what's next for chapter 27. So that's the chapter on environment in the EU accession negotiations. So this will be the guiding Bible for much of the Ukrainian climate and environment policy development over the next years in order to approach the European Union. So we think it's a very important topic, and all the topics that I put on the menu are also topics that our project is working on in smaller or bigger project groups involving, as Susanna said, Ukrainian, Polish, and German experts to deliver good results. And with that, we then can conclude, discuss next steps, and hopefully stay a few minutes longer to exchange even more. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So let's now introduce briefly what the Green Deal Ukraine project has done since its launch and inception last year, June. Could we please have the presentation here? Okay, next slide, please. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, guys. Okay, let's, first of all, the objective of this project that is funded by the German Ministry for Research and Education for the German and Ukrainian part, while Forum Energy, the Polish partner, contributes with its own means, is to set up an independent energy and climate think tank, we say by Ukrainians for Ukraine, in 27 in Kiev. We already want to start this to materialize next year. And we already started since last year to have colleagues on the ground here in Ukraine that work with us on a daily basis and that are in the room here today. As said, we are located in one of the biggest German research structures, the so-called Helmholtz-Gemeinschaft, and here in the Helmholtz-Zentrum Berlin, Helmholtz Center Berlin, that works on material sciences, on solar research, on chemical batteries, and that also works on hydrogen research. So we are very proud and happy to form part as a project, the Berlin side, let's say, of this Helmholtz-Zentrum that has been very supportive and to be funded by the BMBF, the German ministry. On this note, unfortunately, our minister cannot be with us today, but there will be very soon so-called scientific collaboration agreement signed between the Ukrainian and the German ministry, and that will lead to takeoff of many further projects in many areas. As said already several times now, it's trilateral, and this is the beauty of the emerging Europe, whereby the initial European community after the Second World War, that was very much a Western project, is just simply becoming largely a Central European project, with Poland being at the heart of this future EU post-enlargement. We also are proud to have a very impressive advisory council from the 3 countries and from EU. You see the names here, you see the guys here. Laurence Tubiana is the boss of the European Climate Foundation. They have been delivering this Paris Agreement largely. Christian Singlesen, a Danish colleague, is heading the Agency for the Cooperation of the Energy Regulators. Ottmar Edenhofer is a very famous German climate scientist leading Potsdam Institute for Climate Change Mitigation or something. Yeah. Exactly. Ina Sofsoon, I think you know her. Jean-Michel Glachon, she's from RADA and in the Ukrainian Energy Committee. Jean-Michel Glachon, Florence School of Regulation, and many others. So I will not spend your time to present them all, but maybe emphasizing also the company side of things, the TSOs. Grzegorz Onisimowski from PSE, the Polish TSO, Stefan Kapfer from 50 Hertz, German TSO, and we have Volodymyr Kudrytsky, who unfortunately had to leave Ukrainergo. We will see how this will continue. We stay in very close touch with Volodymyr, who has done an amazing job for his country. Also, some examples of collaboration. I'm also very happy to see Julia Jessen here and GIZ that does a fantastic work in Ukraine, having a big team doing this Ukraine Climate Office work. We are partnering with GIZ on several things and start to work. EY, Florence School of Regulation, long-standing partner. Kiev School of Energy Policy that emerged out of the Dixie Group, and that does very important trainings together with us, delivered on several. Kiev School of Economics, Ukrainergo was mentioned, and some foundations. So it's just like a little snapshot of all those interactions that we are delivering. I hand over to Georg to present a little bit the work directions and what we have done.
Yes, so essentially the project has 3 main content pillars that we try to work on, always with the aim to set up the think tank in Kiev. So the idea is to, during the project, do what a think tank does in order to, in this process, create a think tank. So we work in all these work directions very closely together with the Ukrainian colleagues that then hopefully form the core of this future think tank. We do data and modeling work, so we have a model for the Ukrainian electricity system and the neighboring country that we applied quite successfully, interestingly. I have some results later. We have a work stream on policy analysis and advice, so that's then more policy papers that we write. There are a few papers that you can find outside already, and some that are upcoming, like the paper on biomethane and carbon border adjustment that are going to be delivered soon. And then, last but not least, we have a work stream on capacity building, where Alisa, that is here with us, and her colleagues also from KSEP, are doing a great job in designing capacity building programs, and already managed to run the first two program parts to educate local and central authorities in Ukraine about European energy and climate policy and what that might mean for them. But Alisa in the session will probably be able to give you more information. So on the data and modeling side, a key element that we managed to deliver is this Python for power system analysis model. It's an open source model that is now widely used also by the transmission system operators in the European Union, and we essentially replicated the state of the Ukrainian power system during the war and try to identify the amount of shortfall of electricity during next winter. I will come to the results in essentially my session. In addition, what we are doing is every week we try to have one of these figures of the week that give you a snapshot on one data point that we think is important for policymaker and understanding of the Ukrainian energy and climate policy situation, and also something that can be shared and trigger a bit more discussion. The second element, the policy advice, we delivered several policy papers during this year. Some of them have been prominently taken up by the IEA in their big Ukraine report that has been presented recently with Commission President von der Leyen and Fatih Birol. So you can go through that and see us quoted in that, in the analysis on the outages, but also in the analysis on what grid options are available to increase cross-border transmission capacity. And all other reports of us are on the website, and typically we manage to translate them instantaneously into proper Ukrainian. Sometimes it takes a week. On capacity building, as I mentioned, we have two projects that are already running or completed, or two cycles, and there's more upcoming. So everybody also online that is interested in participating, keep an open eye on our website and feel free to apply. We have a selection process that tries to identify the most suited candidates for those programs, and I can really say they are very high quality together with the Florence School of Regulation. Finally, our project not only reaches out to Ukraine, because we also see ourselves as informing the European public about what is happening here. Ukraine is getting further down in the media agenda in Europe, unfortunately. Even so, the situation did not improve, and we are trying to kind of push also the European public to understand that the situation here needs to be monitored. So in German main news, evening news in television, we spoke about the situation here on the ground in major newspapers like Der Spiegel and Internationale Politik. We were trying to highlight challenges that exist in Ukraine, because we believe that some of Ukraine's issues will require the support from policymakers and a wider audience in Western Europe. And with that, I thank you for your long attention to this project presentation, and hand back to Susanne.
And I'm here to introduce now Adam Zwetsch. Adam is the head of the European Green Deal unit at Energy Community and has already a very long, impressive career behind, despite his young age, I would say. So Adam was, before joining the Energy Community, the head of the Climate Policy Department at the Chancellery of the Polish Prime Minister. And before that, he was working in DG Energy as a policy officer, so he knows absolutely everything, I have to say, on the European, on the Polish, and also on the Ukrainian side. It's the man of the hour, so please, Adam, come and introduce Energy Community and, of course, also our distinguished next panel.
Thank you very much, Susanne, and thank you very much, first of all, of course, for having Energy Community here. It's a pleasure to be here physically. It's the first time actually for me to be here physically since the war started, so I really find it very much close to my heart to have these whole discussions we already had with Ukrainian colleagues while here, and looking forward, of course, to a discussion today. Allow me indeed to present a few words about the energy community and its role in the process. Energy community as an institution, as an organization, has almost 20 years of history, and this history is about helping our members, which are EU neighborhood countries, to align with EU policies, so with EU legislation in the field of energy, climate, environment. And Ukraine is with us since 2011, so it's already been almost 14 years in the energy community, and we already went through a lot of important breakthroughs before the war. Ukraine had a very strong commitment to align with the EU policies. Before the war, we had cooperated together, but of course, a lot has changed in February 22. This is also when we did, as Energy Community Secretariat, introduce immediate actions of support to Ukraine. This is both in form of in-kind donations to the Ukrainian energy system, energy companies, and we have also the support fund, which has almost 760 million euros pledged to support the maintenance, existence sometimes, of the energy system. Recent donations from UK, from EU, from Germany. So it's all the common endeavor that we do together. Ukraine, when it comes to climate policy, despite the war, has actually had very important commitments as well. In fact, in 2022, during the Ukrainian presidency, the energy community agreed to 2030 energy and climate targets in line with the EU approach and EU methodology. And as we speak, Ukraine is working on key strategic policy documents, but also laws. We are looking forward to see also the strong reference of climate neutrality in the to be finalized climate law. This year has been full of key milestones, which set the context of the discussion today as well. We had, of course, the EU facility, which has a strong green component in it, adopted. We had also the unequivocal support of the international community expressed in Berlin during the conference for the maintenance of the decarbonization path of Ukraine. And we had a very clear deliverable made by Ukrainian colleagues, which is the adoption of the Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan this June. The document, which is designed to be an operational map of how key policies and measures should contribute to the achievement of those targets that energy community countries committed to. What we have ahead, also as a context of the discussion about 24 and 25 perspective, well, of course, we have certain strategic dilemmas that are still to be tackled together in the context of implementation of those documents, because focus really is certainly needs to be put on the implementation. Questions which formulate these dilemmas are, for example, how to create an investment climate for renewables in the times of war. This is a critical challenge, I would say now, currently to tackle commonly. How and what kind of a role natural gas will play in Ukraine in 25 and in years to come, or what kind of approach we should take to energy efficiency challenges, for example, concerning the building in the future, the zero-emission building fleet. So these are all those challenges which formulate the perspective. And this perspective will be I will have pleasure to discuss about with our three speakers. Online we have Mr. Jan Dusik, Deputy Director General for DG Klima with us. We have also Ambassador Piotr Łukasiewicz, Polish ambassador in Kiev. Please join me at the panel. And we have also Bogdan Semenenko, Director of the Department of Climate Policy and Ministry of Environmental Protection, Ukraine. Bogdan, please. Please have a seat. So, I understand we have Mr. Jan Dusik online with us. So let me, yes, I can see you. Okay, so welcome. As Ukraine is stepping into, of course, a very challenging ground of negotiation process of joining the EU, European Green Deal and Chapter 27, of course, are those areas which could be the drivers of the integration. What are the perspectives of DG Klima on energy and climate priorities for Ukraine in 2025?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Excellencies, colleagues, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to join you today from Brussels for this very timely discussion on energy and climate policies in Ukraine on its way to the European Union. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers, the Green Deal Ukraine project partners, for inviting me, and I want to congratulate you on the achievements to date and the exciting plans that you have just presented in the beginning of the meeting. I would also like to extend the Commission congratulations to Svetlana Hrinchuk, the new Minister for Environmental Protection and Natural Resources, on her recent appointment. And we much look forward to keeping working in a constructive way with Ukraine on climate matters, also with Her Excellency, the new Minister. I would have loved to be sitting on the podium with you in Kiev today. Unfortunately, I was not able to come. I just half an hour ago, I just came to the office from the meeting of the EU Council in Luxembourg, where the European Union ministers were adopting their position for the COP29 conference in Baku. In the Commission, we are in transition to the new leadership, but we will have the same President, Ursula von der Leyen, the same Climate Commissioner, Wopke Hoekstra, and the same determination to implement the EU Green Deal and to progress towards climate neutrality by 2050, as well as the needed pathway. We have the legislation on 55% by 2030, and the Commission will soon make its legislative proposal of a 90% target for 2040. Ukraine has made an important step in the right direction a week ago. We have noted that the Verkhovna Rada adopted in the second reading the framework climate law that aims to clarify the climate policy making and objectives and establish the foundations for a stronger climate policy overall, thereby aligning Ukraine with the EU Green Deal's objectives of the climate neutrality by 2050. This is certainly a very welcome development from our perspective, and we look forward to this bringing Ukraine closer to the EU, both in symbolic and practical terms. It is a clear signal that Ukraine is joining the irreversible path to the European Union with its net zero 2050 target, and this will also be an important signal for the investors. We also very much welcomed the adoption of the Ukraine's National Energy and Climate Plan in June 24 as a contracting party to the energy community, and a commitment to revising it in a dynamic way, of course, considering the extremely volatile situation the country faces as a consequence of the war. Ukraine already shows how it practically behaves like a European Union member state and a reliable partner that means business, and these are very important signals. The enlargement process has already formally started with the first stage of the so-called screening process that took place in May this year. You will be discussing more details on this later in the day with a specific session on Chapter 27. But I already now want to say that we very much look forward to the completion of the screening process on climate with Ukraine in mid-2025 and soon to be followed by the accession negotiations. I myself come from Czech Republic and my professional career actually started with the accession of the Czech Republic to the European Union back in the end of 1990. So I have a vivid experience of the moment of preparing for accession and joining the European Union. And I wish very best to Ukraine on this path. We are also happy to enjoy a very good bilateral cooperation on climate. Ukraine has a lot of assets to thrive in a decarbonized Europe and in a decarbonized world. Ukraine has in particular a potential to become a significant, if not the main, provider of some critical raw materials for the EU's clean industry. Ukraine is a potential supplier of over 20 critical raw materials to the EU. And there is also a considerable potential to recover rare earth minerals from industrial waste, which is still abundant in the country. We also know that Ukraine has a significant renewable energy potential, in particular solar, hydropower, onshore wind, but also, when peace is back in the Black Sea, the offshore wind. At the same time, of course, we have to recognize that the integrating of the EU acquis on climate while rebuilding the country is not a simple task and will still require time and a lot of investment. Before February 2022, the carbon intensity of Ukraine's economy was 3 times the EU average. And Ukraine at the moment has a very low price on carbon, the carbon tax, and is establishing a fully fledged emission trading system that will include a credible price convergence trajectory with the EU that will, of course, require time and resources. It is absolutely critical that this is accompanied by compulsory reporting, monitoring and verification of emissions based on the de facto suspended 2019 law to be resumed as quickly as possible and to be able to collect the reliable data on emissions at installation level. In 2023, through the Fit for 55 package, European policies went through a major overhaul that will need to be reflected also by the candidate countries. For instance, with the new creation of the new specific emission trading scheme for buildings and road transport, or the extension of the current EU ETS into the area of shipping. And the EU climate acquis is likely to become even bigger. One of the political priorities of the President von der Leyen for the new term is to look into the adaptation to climate change at the European level. Another area where Ukraine has a vast potential is bioenergy. And this is encouraging, but at the same time, it is essential that it is followed by proper sustainability criteria to develop that potential without jeopardizing other climate and environmental objectives. The way to net zero entails necessarily that we enhance our carbon sinks. And we know that Ukraine sinks were already suffering before the start of the war, coming close to zero. Of course, now it is severely affected by the war, and we need to look at how to turn into a sustainable forest management across all forested areas, restoring the ecosystems, and making agriculture more climate responsive in the future. The EU supports Ukraine in general and to a green reconstruction that places it on the right track for 2050 remains unwavering. You all know about the Ukraine facility that we adopted earlier this year, endowed with 50 billion euros. The Ukraine plan, which supports its main component, contains a number of climate-related conditional steps, notably the adoption of the mentioned climate law. Ukraine facility will contribute to the green reconstruction, notably through a 20% indicative spending target for climate and the environment applied to the investment part of the facility, and through the application of the do no significant harm under the Ukraine plan, a topic that I urge our Ukrainian friends to fully uphold. The Ukraine facility also covers a Ukraine investment framework, which just launched its first call for proposals last week. And the topics include the connection to energy and climate. At a bit smaller scale, I'm also glad that we are just starting the second edition of our regional program, EU for Climate Resilience, covering all Eastern Partnership countries, including Ukraine, and in partnership with Germany. We find this program as very important for enhancing capacities and assisting Ukraine in updating its climate policies in all areas, in mitigation, adaptation, and sustainable finance. To conclude, we see the ambitious climate policies and the work underway in Ukraine as a formidable way to bring the country closer to the European Union. And we believe that Ukraine has all it takes to thrive in a decarbonized, climate resilient Europe. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dusik. Bogdan, maybe we can move to you now. And I remember in 2020, Ukraine had a very, already in 2020, had actually expressed a strong will to join the discussion on the European Green Deal. And despite the war, these commitments are maintained. We discussed and mentioned the climate law already, but it also entails the discussions and the work you are having on long-term strategy for 2050, on the new nationally determined contribution, and also your challenging work concerning the alignment with the EU ETS. So what is the European Green Deal? What means for Ukraine now?
Thank you very much for the question and the opportunity to speak with you. Basically, in this challenging time for Ukraine, for our country, a lot of the stakeholders ask also, and for us, is what is the Green Deal for Ukraine? And a lot of stakeholders basically very skeptical on this question. They have that they say that it's not in topic on the current Ukrainian agenda because it requires significant investment and the end of the war, basically. But for our point of view, it's potential opportunities how to basically create a sustainable future of Ukraine, create a European agenda in the Ukraine. And for us, the implementing of the Green Deal is basically the issue how we can recover Ukraine, how we can make a green recovery of Ukraine. For us, green recovery is the way how to rebuild Ukraine on the new basis, where economic development is combined with environmental sustainability, where energy efficiency and climate neutrality we can and we will achieve. This is an approach where we have a chance to rebuild the destroyed infrastructure, and in a way that not only meets modern requirements, but also make it more resilient to future challenges. The government is currently actively working to build a common foundation for achieving these goals. Basically, it's legislative foundation. So, as mentioned before, one of the steps in this direction that has already been taken is the adoption of the Nation Energy and Climate Plan. Basically for the period up to 2030. And this document defines the strategic goals in the energy sector for the period, for this period. Namely, is reducing greenhouse gas emission by 65% compared to the 1990 levels, increase the share of renewable energy sources to 27%, and diversification of energy sources. We also developed the law for Ukraine of the basis principles of state climate policy, climate law, what already also been mentioned. And Verkhovna Rada has recently adopted the framework of climate law, and now it must be signed by the president. This document lays the foundation for Ukraine climate policy aimed to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 and mitigating the effect of the climate change and adapting to it, ensuring the country's low carbon and sustainable development. The law defines the architecture of climate governance, financial instruments for achieving climate goals, and the integration of climate aspect into the post-war programs. This is another more important argument in the negotiation with the European Union, which emphasizes that Ukraine is ready to fulfill the requirements for the accessions. We also actively working in our long-term decarbonization strategy up to 2050, and basically they should determine the optimal way how to achieve climate neutrality in this particular year. Basically right now we are made some model in different scenarios of economic recovery and development of the country. And we plan to basically publish it and discuss it into the COP29. This long-term strategy must to take into account our medium-term goals of the state policy defined by the law. But of course, most discussion about how to decarbonize our economy cannot be without energy sector. And according to the national inventory of atmospheric emission, the sector has historically been the largest source of greenhouse gas emission in the Ukraine. In all Ukrainian, when Ukrainian was basically started, more than 50% of all emission was the energy production, and it was happen all time for when we been. The restriction of the decarbonization of the energy sector is therefore a fundamental part of achieving climate neutrality, because we can see that worldwide it's also the common task for achieving the climate neutrality, and actually we already have potential and basically sources how we can achieve it. In this way, the government sets itself the goal of green recovery and future sustainable development of Ukraine, which will be fully synchronized with the European agenda. And I'm sincerely grateful to my colleagues from Green Deal Ukraine for organizing such a powerful dialogue with various stakeholders at this event. Of course, I know that this discussion will be about our short-long task and maybe some middle, but in general, all of this task and all of this action contribute to building a sustainable economy and green future. Because without any short-term action plan, we do not have a global vision how we can achieve carbon neutrality in Ukraine. For us, every challenge brings to us risk, but opportunities. And I think our strategy how to avoid risk and realize the opportunities. So thank you all for giving me word.
Thank you very much, Bogdan. Mr. Ambassador, Poland is taking over presidency in the European Union in 2 months' time. That, of course, also coincides with the new mandate of the European Commission. So that probably means that there will be a lot of discussions on the, I think we should continue, I guess. It's because we have an alarm, but I think we just, yes, so we continue. So yes, so that will coincide with the new mandate of the new European Commission, meaning there is a lot of hot topics concerning next steps regarding European Green Deal, energy and climate policy to take place. What role energy security, what role climate policy will play in the Polish presidency's program?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Adam. Thank you very much. And first, I would like to thank the organizers to organize this important discussion. And I have to tell this, I'm especially proud of the Polish participants in it. I believe that if you look at the organizations like Forum Energy, it proves that Poland is achieving equal footage when it comes to intellectual expert opinions, but also organizational capability to participate, to be a real partner for Germany, for United States and others, and of course our Ukrainian hosts. So I'm again very proud of this that we are part of this event. Before I go into European Union presidency and our priorities during it, let me say something different. I'm just very brief introduction. I'm the former military guy, former military officer, and also a student and lecturer of the history of war. And before I go into, again, the energy things, let me say this. Ukraine will win this war and will overcome and will be victorious over Russia. And of course, we are witnessing, we are observing what Russia is trying to achieve. Destroy the infrastructure, destroy especially the energy infrastructure. But when you look at the history of war, in the last 100 years, especially in the 21st century, it never worked. It never worked as a sole factor of the war. Starting with the First World War, carpet bombings, there is a proven history how ineffective eventually such a tactics or such a strategy is on the part of invader. And especially when the country has powerful allies, friends, and will, political, social, will, volia, if you will, it can overcome this brutal and horrific campaigns of destruction. Of course, we know that Ukrainian people are suffering of this horrible, terrible campaign of destroying the city's civilian infrastructure, energy infrastructure. But please do remember, they are suffering darkness, they are suffering cold, but please do remember one thing, the real only darkness is Russia. So with this introduction, I would like to shift to the question that was asked, what are the priorities of Poland during the EU presidency? What we know already is that the strategy for energy for European Union from 2014 doesn't really work well anymore, and Europe is in the urgent need to creating or recreating a new approach, new strategic approach to the energy issues. So during our presidency, we want to focus on the strategic issues, and there are three main pillars of our approach. First is obviously the energy security. But we don't want to focus only on security of resources, security of getting enough energy resources it's not only fuel supplies, but it's also a kind of an approach that we have equal access among the member states, equal access to energy technologies, to access to critical materials, resilience of the member states' infrastructure is of the utmost importance, like grids. There's a famous Polish word, it's not Polish, but Poland is quite famous for it, solidarity. Solidarity is a word that we are trying to stress in this pillar. Solidarity among the member states is the requirement and the need of this particular historical moment. On operational level, we want to take European Union closer to achieving repower goals and limit supplies of the Russian fuels into European Union. Second priority, second pillar of our approach to the presidency is competitiveness, but we want to have European Union as a bloc, as a whole bloc, competitive outside, working together to limit the competitiveness among the member states. So what we are willing to achieve is better regulations in energy markets, faster green transition, lower prices. Of course, this is a big goal. Famous words, economy is stupid. Yes, it's about prices of energy for the European Union citizens. Lower carbon footprint and sharing the advanced technologies. Third priority, and this is of course probably the most interesting for our audience here, and actually the most important one, is of course the Ukraine. Ukraine and its energy status. So it's not only delivering material aid that we would like to continue and strengthen in this area, but also it's another second leg of this issue, which is the accession of Ukraine to the European Union. We are quite lucky that actually the energy sector, energy regulations and legislation and adjustment of Ukrainian system to the EU acquis is the most advanced one. So of course there is a lot to do in terms of legislation, but as was already mentioned, Ukraine is making a huge, concrete and practical steps to be in this area. On our part, there is one proof that we care a lot about this, issue of Ukraine accession, is that when you look at the peace formula of the Ukrainian government and President Volodymyr Zelensky, you will find Poland along with Norway and Denmark working in this peace formula initiative, working on the energy security in the energy security working group. So that proves that we care a lot about it. There is a general concept in Polish presidency when it comes to Ukraine reconstruction in energy sector. I believe our American colleagues are familiar with the sentence, with the notion of build back better, known from the American politics. It should be applied to the Ukraine reconstruction as well. We just want to have we just need to build back better Ukraine energy market and capacity. Practical things that we would like to achieve, it's already happening. As I said, going from the relying on Russian supplies is just happening. We would like to complete during our presidency. We would like to finish the contracts of transit of the Russian gas through Ukraine to the end of 2024. We would like to continue and finish what has been started in this regard. This issue is, of course, particularly important for our colleagues, for the member states like Slovakia, Hungary, and Austria. But again, this what already started during the war. We would like to finish everything in the 6 months period. And the other practical thing we would like to achieve is the synchronization of electricity grids in Latvia, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, so-called Baltic states. The synchronization of the grids will happen next February. This will be really an historical event when and final farewell to dependence on the Russian system. And again, it will weaken the Kremlin. It will really weaken the Kremlin. Last thing that is also of great importance to us is so-called strategic communication, STRATCOM, and public messaging, especially regarding climate change, climate catastrophe, as we call it. We are on the losing side in terms of in the public debate about it. Climate deniers, conspiracy theories, questions regarding EU energy and climate policies. Of course, there is a lot to do in a public messaging to fight disinformation, to fight such malevolent tendencies in the public sphere. We are really at the ministry and generally our government is really taking this issue seriously, creating teams, divisions to actually to deal with the evil influence from outside the European Union on our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And since we are running a bit out of time, maybe we could open the floor to the questions from the audience here, but also understand audience online has possibility to ask questions. So please, lady there.
Oksana Kisil, Covenant of Mayors East Project. So we are working with Ukrainian municipalities in the field of adaptation, mitigation, and energy poverty. I see just now that we speak about Green Deal more on national level. What will be the main recommendation how to engage local leaders to Green Deal implementation, and what the main dialogue should be organized between government, EU, and other donors on local level? Thanks a lot.
Bogdan, I think, question to you.
Yes, thank you. So honestly, we already start to work in this issue because before the climate law, we don't have a fundamental infrastructure about this. And yes, we have some initiative and we have some very initiative people in the region who basically create some events, even if we're talking about adaptation program, in some region we have already created this program of adaptation for climate, and they're already done, and we start to the next level is to how to we create an opportunity how to implement all the plan into the force. And during with that, we speak with a lot of our international stakeholders how to basically have an investment into that area. And also we start to work like a national level with this infrastructure. We say, and all our stakeholders, look guys, we already done all of this. We need to basically develop the strategy, and then we need to, even in war condition, we need to found investment and reach the goal. So during this climate law, it hopes that going into the force, and the second step is creating the strategy for all region level. This is the answer.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments maybe from the audience or online? I don't see any, so maybe we should conclude the panel. Thank you once again to all the panelists for the positions and for the presentations of different angles, but I think of different angles of the same direction that we are all going. So thanks once again, and please a round of applause to our panelists.
Ukrainian. He's the deputy director of well-known Dragon Capital financial company, as well as journalist. He's going to be a moderator of our second panel, investments in... Oh, I'll go back to English.
For the next, in Greece, for the next 2 winters and beyond, please.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's obviously you take investment banker to talk about investments. And we will start, yes, what our schedule. And we should start with Pan Roman.
And we will start with Mr. Roman. Roman, welcome.
Please, should all the panelists be on the panel at the very beginning? Oh, okay. So Pan Roman will give a keynote speech, but I also want to invite George Zachman, Susan Nice, and Anastasia Vereshchinska. Talked about challenges and opportunities, and I think it's thanks to air raid Syria now in Kiev, we are really deep in this team. So we have a lot of opportunities, but most of the comes from challenges, and these challenges comes from Russian attacks on Ukrainian energy system. So please tell us, maybe we will focus on 2 points: how we will survive this winter, and what your plans for middle term. What kind of energy system do you see in 2, 3, 4 years in Ukraine?
Thank you. Thank you, Sergey. When I saw you on this panel, I thought that it would be me who would ask you questions and wait for answers, because you can advise anyone on the matter. But you are right, the situation is quite difficult. It will be our 4th winter in war, and our resources have significantly depleted over those couple of years. So far, at the beginning of September, we have calculated more than 1,000 of different attacks on our energy infrastructure. 900 attacks on substations, 200 attacks on generation facilities. We also spotted a couple of dozen attacks on administrative buildings, which means not attacks on infrastructure, but actually on people, on workers, on those who are not military, not trained to withstand this kind of threats. For the moment, our system is balanced, but this balance is rather fragile, and everything will depend on Russian attacks. And we have a feeling that they accumulate resources to make another hit closer to the cold. they also understand that we rely a lot on two things, on nuclear and on renewables. Something that was negligible a couple of years ago, like renewables, now is a matter of survival and matter of national security. Regarding nuclear, last attack took place, massive attacks took place on 26th of August, and it was very symbolic for us because, first of all, they attacked infrastructure that was critical for transmission of nuclear power. Those substations, they are located a little bit away from nuclear power plants, but they are responsible for the transmission of nuclear power, and that already caused disconnection of 4 nuclear units, 3 at the Rivne nuclear power plant and 1 at South Ukrainian. If it is not nuclear terrorism, then what actually it is? Second thing, they attacked substations that were responsible for transmission of electricity from right to left bank of the river, and substations that were responsible or key essential for import of electricity from the European Union. Another target was so-called Kiev Dam, and this is also a signal for all of us that, look guys, we have destroyed Kakhovka and we will not spare an effort to destroy Kiev Dam if necessary. Of course, one missile will not make a lot of damage, but if there are 20 or 30, I would not be so certain. So it's clear is that they have no limits, no red lines, no moral authority, or no moral limitations whatsoever. On our side, we are trying to, as government, as nuclear, as energy companies, we are trying to repair and replace what is possible, what is available, what we can do in short time that was given to us, and we are doing it a little bit more, a little bit better than we even expected. Our second line of effort is deployment of so-called decentralized distributed generation. We have kind of benchmark 1 gigawatt of distributed generation, which we understand as bigger gas turbines, smaller cogeneration, and smaller generation units. And we are trying, in the same line of effort, we are trying to equip critical facilities with backup generation, diesel generators. And by critical facilities, we mean water supply, water sewage, heating, because without this facilities, territories will become inadapted to living. But we also understand that as government, we cannot cope with the situation alone, and we need to engage public companies, private sector, and just regular citizens into strengthening their own resilience. So far, we have developed around 10 different support programs where we try to facilitate loans, sometimes grants to deploy renewable energy sources, which are not considered now as an environment or climate measure, but rather as a matter of energy security. According to the statistics, since June of this year, banks issued around 55 billion of Ukrainian hryvnias, it's 1.2 billion of euro, in loans to energy equipment, to generators, to renewable energy sources, to batteries, panels, wind turbines, and so on and so forth. We also launched a program for citizens, which allows for installation of smaller solar panels. Those installations limited by 10 kilowatts combined with batteries and hybrid inverters, and we believe that those installations would help at least some of those who are ready to take care of their energy security themselves, to ease their financial burden. The program is being enrolled, so we are getting more and more applications each day, and so far 120 million in loans were issued. But there are also programs for businesses, for associations of homeowners, for small medium enterprises. We tried and we convinced the government, the Ministry of Finance were probably the most difficult ones, but we had conversations with International Monetary Fund, and you know probably how difficult it is to negotiate tax exemption and VAT exemptions with IMF. So they agreed that energy is backbone to the economy, and they were in line with us, in the same line with us when we abolished import duties for energy equipment. So we are offering a number of opportunities here, but we also understand that when an investment is under regular threat, and let's not forget that Russians, they attack all sectors of energy in Ukraine, including solar installations. We have destroyed wind turbines and so on and so forth. So in such a situation, it's very difficult to convince foreign direct investments to come and to play without proper insurance solutions on military risk mitigation. Moreover, we left, for the moment, we are left rather with internal players. And if those players don't qualify for one of those 10 programs, the financing rate is prohibitive. I guess this is a major challenge for us, because if foreign investors are afraid to come, and national investors, domestic investors who are ready to invest, we have several projects ongoing. One project was opened in Lviv region of wind park, was opened in region in September. The financial rates loan rates are really prohibitive. So we look those challenges, and I would like to also to use this opportunity to listen to you, to stakeholders here, to the panel here, to see what we can do more, how we can mitigate those challenges, what we can do in the time that's left to make sure that we could we could say that we did everything we could to survive this winter. It really promises to be one of the most difficult ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. And as you mentioned, we got somehow investment Eldorado now in Ukrainian energy system, thanks to opportunities and thanks to capital controls of National Bank, because a lot of Ukrainian businessmen have a lot of cash in Ukraine, can't do anything with them and try to invest in energy projects. And let's look to the investment in energy from different angles. And first, George, question to you. You should tell us about flexible energy. First of all, what is flexible generation? What is it, and how it will help Ukraine?
Yes, thanks a lot, Sergey. And I would like to present a bit of work that we have done in various configurations with Yuri Koprushko, that probably many of you know, also with Vlad Miknik, that is here in the room, on the question of first, what is the challenge for the upcoming winter, and what are elements to resolve it, and on flexible generation being an important part here, and second, how to manage this process. What we did to get there is first we collected from open source data a bit what the current state of the system is, and then based on this assessment we run some modeling of the delivery of electricity of this power system to Ukrainian consumers for each of the 8,760 hours of the year. And what we found is this gray area on the right-hand side that you can see there, which is about the amount of electricity, how many hours a certain amount of electricity cannot be delivered. And as you can see, with these assumptions of the state of the system as it was in about September, there are some hours where even some 4,000 megawatt of electricity are missing, especially that's then in the peak hours and when the sun is not shining and the hydro is not running and when it's very cold. In other hours, there is of course much less gap of capacity. We then did a thought experiment, and that's just a scenario to show you what is in principle possible. There are many other solutions possible and many other solutions that might be more realistic. But in this thought experiment, we said, if we repair half of the attacked plants that have not been fully destroyed, if we add a significant amount of open cycle gas turbines, if we add 1 gigawatt of wind, if we add 5 gigawatt of PV, 2.5 gigawatt of batteries, 1 gigawatt of imports. So it's really an all of the above approach. It's kind of Christmas and Easter and holiday and birthday at the same time. If we manage to get all this together, we can reduce the amount of electricity that is not delivered to consumers from 18% to just 1% of electricity not delivered. And the message that I try to send with that is, towards my European colleagues, we can do something. This is not, Ukraine is not lost over the winter. We can really, action is possible, and please help us to make it happen. And to the Ukrainian colleagues, essentially the same message. We need to move on multiple areas, and I think Roman very, very clearly lined out what the government has already been doing in terms of distributed generation of repairs and so on. Now, what we also see is that some of those investments are in principle profitable. So if you look into the market development of the past years, the regulator, the Rada, the ministry, the National Bank of Ukraine, they have done a couple of liberalizations that were quite important for private investors' business case in investing in flexible capacities. So it's now easier to repatriate profits. The price caps have been increased. It's easier to get access to the network and so on. So what we argue is that why are they not coming in mass now that this is being available? And in the relatively detailed presentation that we did with Yuri Koprushko, we line out a couple of risks that are holding back investments. So private investors just find the country still too risky for two reasons: war-related risks. So we need war insurance, which is a topic of its own, and I think we can discuss that maybe also another time. And the other risk is that you need to believe in market signals in Ukraine, and Ukraine has had a very short historic experience with electricity markets, and market players are just not sure that they can get the money that the current prices indicate from their investment. So therefore, we argue that what would be nice is to have some form of guarantee mechanism being deployed. We have money is available if you think about it. I mean, we have the Pillar 2, we have the large US aid fund, we have the Energy Community Fund, we have money in Ukraine that is being available. And the nice thing about guarantee funds is you don't need to pay 10 billion into the fund to get 10 billion in investments. Ideally, you put 1 billion in the fund and you get this 1 billion back and you still get 10 billion in investments because the guarantee is just there as in case something goes wrong. So to cut a much longer story a bit shorter, we are essentially suggesting three things. The first thing is we think it would be very helpful if towards the international donors and also towards domestic coordination, Ukraine can have some more transparent way of processing energy-related information. We think of something like an energy situation room where all this information is pooled on the availability of networks and generation units and what the consumption actually is, because all this is not available and we cannot really, nobody can really help if we don't know what is actually missing. The second element is we think there is a lot of local knowledge available on what is missing in each of the municipalities and Hromadas, and think that a specific guarantee mechanism for those to not go to the to build an own power plant, but maybe to lease some power generator, that would need a guarantee from a bank in order to make this leasing contract possible, and that could enable a mayor of a city to say, okay, we are just going there, we are doing this leasing contract, and then for 10 years we are paying it back based on our tax basis, and get the tool that is really needed for my municipality. And the last one is this more general fund that is there for guaranteeing the offtake of electricity being produced either from renewables or from flexible capacity. I think we can discuss hours about the details of that because it's very complicated and we're involved in those discussions in the European Union. But for now, that should suffice. So many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we will move forward to Susanna. And please tell us about other angle of whole this energy system, about grid.
Thanks a lot, Sergei. Slides, please. We've been looking, in addition to the study that was done on flexibility and investments in generation, into the grid sides, and here specifically into what can be done fast for the next 2 winters on the interconnection side, exporting to Ukraine. And I would proudly say that some of our proposals have already, some of our proposals have already been taken into account. Yeah, when you look at there's all in all 6 options that we see. First of all, there's a clear need that N3 increases beyond the current 1.7 gigawatt. We've been checking this, including with European TSOs and several experts. There would be means to increase to 2 or even to 2.2 gigawatt for the following winter. There's additional lines like the Zamość-Dobrotwir. I will come back to this. There's transmission projects that are in the cuisine since a while, like Kapushani or Isacha line, that needs to be done much faster than the average 12 years of building new lines. And Poland and Ukraine have shown us that with Rzeszów, Khmelnytska building this in less than a year. There's also many technologies available to maximize the flows. There should be a look at what's called the 110 kV. It's like the lowest high voltage level available, and we see that in Moldova, Ukraine already applied. And of course, there's also a need for spares. And finally, last but not least, Mr. Lukashevich was mentioning the Baltic synchronization, the BEME, Baltic Energy Market Integration Plan, was a great success story. And we should repeat this on the Ukrainian side in setting up an equivalent plan, maybe CESEC, maybe something beyond. Let me very briefly go through this. This is just showing the map of Ukraine with the wealth of interconnections from a technical perspective, much better than the Baltics that will be only synchronized to a single Litpol-Balt line. Here we have a wealth of interconnections now, of course, to the west and the south, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova. A lot of capacities are available on these borders. Bad news being that typically networks are not really built out in bordering regions, not in eastern Poland, not in northern Romania, and there's some issues in Hungary. They need to be overcome, and we also understand currently Ukrenergo is doing a lot of redispatch, as it's called, to smoothen the imports from the EU side. When you look at this picture, which you'll find also in our report, you simply see that from the very start of the 16 March 2022 so-called emergency synchronization, we've seen an increase in the exports. From a technical point of view, we know that the 50 Hertz stability is a challenge in continental Europe, and therefore imports to this zone are much more technical challenge than exports from that zone, and that's why the 550 that's currently the setting for imports is kind of a maximum for the current stability, but exports can go much higher without hampering the system. here are the bottlenecks that we just have seen and that are known. The one Szabolcs-Baka in Hungary substation, this only 750 kV line that's existing in the EU. This will take years, according to our inquiry, but good news, can be some other solutions. Poland is a very important player, and Romania is a very important player to simply see reallocation of the flows. Poland currently takes only 15% of the 1.7 gigawatt. Why doesn't it go to 40%? Could go much higher in the future. And therefore, I'm really making a long story short, it's really possible for ENTSO-E. There needs to be a friendly push to increase. And I know from ENTSO-E, where I worked 5 years, also that they are currently assessing the situation. It needs to go much faster than it's currently done. Here, just like this example, is also very great that we see progress already, and I think we have been instrumental as Green Deal Ukraine here. PSE and Ukrenergo are meeting this week to discuss precisely how to use this so-called antenna line, Zamość, Dobrotwir, to island electricity flowing through the 220 kV line into Ukraine, and therefore taking load off the Ukrainian system in order to have it available in other regions. Things are possible if you want, and PSE has done a great job, and Ukrenergo, to let this go. We can see in the future certainly operating this line to 400, but this is not so easy to do in times of war. Using it as 220 is already fantastic. Yeah, here you see this, of course, these lines take years and years and years and years unless policymakers look at it, European policymakers, ENTSO-E, the national policymaker, and say, guys, we need it now. This Isacha line going to Romania would also have the benefit to, in a way, support Moldova, which is in a not very fantastic situation with this dependency on Transnistria. So therefore, I know that Ukrenergo has already done the work in Odessa, despite the war. Why isn't it going faster to have the Isacha line that's absolutely crucial in place at latest by 26? Same goes for Kapushani. So here, European policymakers need to push very clearly. So this is the projects. You can find it in the presentation. Rzeszów Khmelnytsky, this project whereby, let's say, abandoned 750 kV pylons have now been repowered with 400. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow for huge flows. We see from Poland today 700 maximum megawatt being able to be transited, while a line of 400 kV double circuit should do much more. Impedance is an issue. We have the technologies to solve it. Why don't we use it? Simply as that. Yeah, here again, like the so-called the dynamic line rating is one of the most old-fashioned of the new technologies, and simply allows in cold winters to charge grids by 10 to 20% more. Should be done fast. Here's the example of the 110 kV, which is, by the way, very interesting also for Europe at large, is also discussed currently in a decentralized system, thinking about what was the starting point of European high voltage grid, 110, and using it. It's cheaper to build, it's faster to build, it's fantastic for 50 megawatt wind blocks. Do it. And this is an idea, by the way, that we developed together with Mr. Kudrycki in our meetings with Ukrenergo. Could be used and is used, that's good news, already on the Moldovan-Ukrainian border, but can be used even inside of the country. It's much more expensive for Russia to destroy small units, as we know, and small grids than big grids from the effect side of things. And last but not least, the governance. So we are told by European Commission, CESEC, it's this South Europe governance body. There is no working group today on Ukraine or Moldova. Maybe CESEC is the answer, maybe not. But if CESEC is the answer, then there should be something like BEMIP in order to ensure that all these players, the TSOs from Romania, Moldova, Ukrenergo, Poland, and Commission and national governments are really moving in one direction. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Last but not least, Anastasia, maybe 3 years ago, what we heard about renewables in Ukraine and among Ukrainian politicians, among Ukrainian press, that it's something like representative evil on the earth. And now the situation has completely changed. So what do you see? Do you feel any difference in state policies, and what kind of opportunities you see, and what kind of pipelines do you see in increasing Ukrainian renewable capacities?
Thank you, Sergei. Well, we are not evil now, as you see. As Roman has already highlighted, renewables has actually shown themselves as a very helpful technology. During the power outages that we had this summer, for example, our energy system was heavily relying on solar capacities. And we see that renewables definitely can support Ukrainian energy system in the future, and we see the whole plan to build distributed generation in Ukraine, and that has already been communicated by all of our state authorities, including Ministry, Ukrenergo, and so on. And according to Ukrenergo, Ukraine needs 10 new gigawatts of capacities, different capacities, and 8 of those 10 are renewables, wind and solar, mainly wind. When I hear that, I understand that according to these calculations of Ukrenergo, we need approximately $11 billion of investments to build all of these capacities. $11 billion sounds like peanuts for IFIs, for example, but still we do not have new projects. Those who are building new capacities right now in Ukraine are businesses that are building their capacities for their own consumption. And that is a big and very important trend that is currently happening in Ukraine. And what we see now that it needs to have some kind of strategy, because building behind the meter capacities will help us in short-term perspective, but in the long-term perspective, we may have issues with utility-size projects that are connected to the grid. And we have the big pipeline of those projects. For example, wind investors, both local and international, they have 4 gigawatts of wind projects that are very close to the stage of ready to build. So they are just looking for the funding, and they are struggling with attracting the funding. So it's not about that they are afraid to invest in Ukraine. They are very open to that, especially those who have already been working in Ukraine, and they have the capacities installed there here, and despite all of the experiences they may have had in the previous years, they are still interested and they are planning the projects. And what we see as the bottlenecks for attracting the funding. The first and the key one is the absence of the offtake. Long-term offtake. Basically, there is no one in this country willing to procure this electricity from the newly built power plants for a long time. Because when you are going to the bank and you are saying, okay, I want to build a power plant in Ukraine, and they are saying, fine, you are doing a very good job, they are needing these plants, and we have money to do that. So let's discuss. And what is the bottleneck? They do not see the off-taker here. So previously it was the guaranteed buyer, state-owned company. Now they are investors. They actually do not even need this off-take. They want to, and they are doing their calculations, they see that they can work on the market. They can go with their wind energy to the market, trade it, and they will be fine. They will receive enough money to cover and debt, to cover their operational costs and everything. They would be fine. But the banks do not treat this as a very stable source of revenue, because our market, you know, it can change, it's not fully liberalized, it has the price caps and yada, yada, yada. So that will not work for them. Banks would prefer these investors to have either the direct contract with consumer, for example, some Coca-Cola company or some other big production facility that would be procuring this electricity for like 12 years. 20 years, whatever. And they will have the fixed price, and that would work for banks perfectly. That is actually the case for Ukraine. It's legally allowed to have these contracts, but there is no practice. So nobody is still doing that. Consumers are reluctant to conclude these agreements, and basically they are more motivated to import or build their own capacities, because they have the legal incentives to do that, because that can help them to avoid blackouts. So we are now working on like a concept for the draft law that would allow consumers to avoid power outages if they have their corporate PPA with the producer of electricity from the newly built renewable capacities. We are still discussing this idea with different stakeholders. We are discussing that inside our renewable bubble, but still that can support us, and that actually can mitigate the risks of this trend of businesses building their own capacities for their own consumption, because they are not really helpful for the energy system in the long run. And that is a very important thing that I wanted to highlight. Another thing is also related to the offtake, and that's what Georg already mentioned. It is the idea of this international fund that would be guaranteeing the market risks for investors. Basically, that is, again, the thing that is very much needed by the banks, to the banks, not to the investors, because the investors are pretty sure that they would be receiving the price that would be covering all of their expenses, but that's what, like, additional insurance that would banks also want to have. So these are the two topics that I wanted to discuss today, and what I also wanted to highlight, that we have the projects that want to be built. They are all thoroughly planned, developed, and they're just waiting for the funding. And they are all in close connection with the IFIs, but they still have this issue of the offtake that needs to be resolved. That's not something that the government necessarily can resolve, like, except for this idea of the incentives with the PPAs and the blackouts, but in general we are doing a lot of advocacy with the banks, because they are still unfortunately treating Ukrainian projects as any projects in Poland, Moldova, Georgia, like any other country that doesn't have full-scale war going on. And projects in Ukraine are just more expensive. So you have the higher capex, you have lower returns. And being an investor in this situation, it feels a bit awkward, you know. And that's why, but that's not something that probably will change very fast. So we are still focusing more on the things that we can change and we can influence, but I think it just makes sense to highlight, like, this treatment of Ukrainian projects as well.
Thank you very much. Now we will have questions from audience, but maybe, Roman, do you have some reflection, maybe after you heard what you heard from Anastasia and from George?
I believe I have to react to some points. Georg mentioned that several points. First of all, more transparent information on energy. While I would fully agree during normal peace times, in our situation, it's rather difficult to make the live situation public. Russians, they monitor flow of goods, they monitor flow of gas, supplies of coals, and even if we do not make any recommissioning public or any statement public about commissioning of certain generation, they monitor and they attack. Once we repair facilities, they attack it again. Sometimes they attack it 8 times, 10 times. As soon as work is going places, they attack it again and again. So we have this information. Our companies, especially Ukrenergo and OGTSU, have developed their own data hubs with support of our ministry and international partners. Me, as you know, I'm digital deputy minister in the ministry, so I'm ready to gather it in a certain data hub and make certain data public, but I cannot do it because of the security reason. And this is the major limitation for us at this moment. So once the war is over, we will do whatever is necessary. In terms of local knowledge and engagement of local communities, we had a meeting with government, with state-owned banks last Friday, and the major signal from them was that they are ready to provide loans to local communities to simplify installation of generation facilities, be it renewables, gas generation. But local communities, unfortunately, are waiting for donor equipment, for partners to support them, and the amount of applications is quite low. So they need to understand that, and they think that they could get along this winter without actually making an effort. And this is, in our opinion, is quite wrong position, because, as I said, our balance is very, very fragile. And fully support the idea about guarantees. There are a lot of problems on the electricity market, and there's an area of debts. So we need some smart solutions to reassure investments and as Anastasia said, banks about the fluidity in the market. Finally, Suzanne, thank you very much for the support of increase of import capacities. We believe also that it's one of the cheapest decisions that we can make to to provide more juice into the system, to provide more electricity to our customers. I think this is what. Yeah, we are developing also about the financing. We are developing a program with IRENA to make use of ETAF financing, which amounts to $4 billion US. For the moment, we are awaiting decision of the Council of IRENA at the end of this month. So hopefully at COP we will announce launch of the program, which will focus on 4 elements: project design, financing, war risk insurance, and regulatory adjustments. Probably we'll add a science and innovation component to that. So I'm ready to get in touch after this meeting so we can discuss possibilities. It looks very promising to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see this panel is very helpful to Ukrainian energy system development. And now, please, we have questions from audience.
Yeah, hello. Sergei Porovsky, Principal on Energy Efficiency, Financing and Policy, UNIDA. And I think the question is rather to George about the guarantee facility that you mentioned, we discussed, because what I can see, this is a revenue risk guarantee facility, but guarantee facility can be, different way. And have you considered to create an additional guarantee fund specifically for capital mobilization in the sector? Or, well, they can work together, but I think this revenue risk or de-risk is important, but it implies that the facility has to be created. What is also very important is to create an additional guarantee facility for capital mobilization. By the way, we already have an example of that in Ukraine. So,
what is capital mobilization risk?
Well, basically provision a guarantee for to cover loans for private sector capital in the way of loans.
What is the risk that is?
Well, the risk is the cost of capital and availability of capital for private sector company to implement the project. And to boost that, you can implement a guarantee mechanism specifically to secure the loan provision in specific sector, making those loans cheaper and covered and reduce collateral requirements towards the private sector companies. So have you considered that?
Yeah, as you could hear from my asking back, we have not considered that. I think I'll come back to you after that to discuss a bit. The idea of that is very schematically on the back of our mind and is not deeply spelled out, and I think it needs to be designed together with those that give the money and those that are involved, is that investors, if they go to the banks, they need to tell the banks that at worst a certain amount of revenue can happen in order to be paying back over time the loan that they got, and that of course will already significantly lower the capital cost for the investor based on this sort of guaranteed uptake at a very limited price. The design of those things is awkwardly complicated, as you can see in all the discussion on CFDs in the European Union, with reference installations and kind of time windows, and I mean there are 20 criteria at least to consider. But the overall idea that I would argue is that this guarantee should not be for a very high price. It should be for a relatively low price, so that in principle, in 95% of the scenarios, the guarantee would not be needed because the investor makes enough money. It's just to tell the bank that if really something goes wrong on the market, that the bank can still get its money back, and that should, in my view, lower substantially the financing cost, or at least make it possible to get access to finance. But on the capital guarantee, I come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. See, it's even more effective panel now. Please.
Yeah. Janez Kopač is my name. I'm commissioner in Slovenian National Regulatory Authority, but otherwise I cooperate also with Helmholtz-Zentrum. This is why I'm here. I would just like to share two experiences from Slovenia. The first one was somehow mentioned by Georg and Suzanne. It's dynamic line rating. This is extremely cheap and very effective measure. In Slovenia, we had a problem because nobody wanted new high voltage cables, not in my backyard. And then our transmission system operator developed by itself its own dynamic line rating system, and they improved the capacity of our high voltage cables by 95%, by 20% for 95 hours of the year. And they abandoned two plans for building high voltage cables with which they wanted to connect with the neighbors. So it's, instead of investing hundreds of millions or billions of millions into new high voltage cables, you just install a software which is called dynamic line rating. Now this company, this transmission system operator, is selling this around Europe. few countries bought it already and installed. It costs less than €1 million. That's it. That's the price. And I even asked Slovenian Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and they would even donate it to Ukraine. But of course, Ukrenergo has to show some intention to install it. That's one thing which you mentioned, and I'm very happy about that. One thing which you didn't mention, and perhaps it's also important to mention, is flow-based capacity calculation. Ukraine, according to the Ministerial Council, Energy Community Ministerial Council decision, is or should be member of CORE region. CORE is C-O-R-E, which is Central Europe, or majority of Europe. And this one has a flow-based capacity calculation. Ukraine still has NTC-based capacity calculation, but once it will have flow-based market coupling with Europe, this should already happen. Unfortunately, it didn't yet, but not because of Europe, because of a little bit slow reforms in Ukraine. Then capacities on the borders are automatically upgraded. Just an illustration. In July, August 22, when the Ukrainian war started, and we in European Union had an electricity prices crisis, incidentally, in Slovenia, we had 60% of generation in repair. So we were heavily import dependent, and if we couldn't import electricity from Austria, we would have a blackout. And just because Slovenia is in core region, which has flow-based capacity calculation, this increased the capacity, possible capacity on Austrian-Slovenian border from previous 950 megawatts to 1,700 megawatts. So practically double. If Ukraine would already be coupled, flow-based market coupled with Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and so on, so if it would be full-fledged core region, capacity calculation region member, this import capacity, which now exists, would be automatically almost doubled. It cannot be done over the night, but if this nominated electricity market operator will now be nominated, if other terms, conditions and methodologies will be adopted, and so on, all this, what is a precondition to couple the market, which is possible in a year from now, I believe, if there would be a lot of work done on that area, this would help also a lot. So this is what I wanted to add on all possible scenarios, how to improve the situation in Ukraine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question? Because we have only 1 minute left.
Yes, I will stick to English if everyone is happy. My name is Alexei Pasyuk. I'm Executive Director of Ecadia Environmental Group on the Bene. I wanted to follow up with Anastasia a little bit, because what we do, we work with municipalities. We are struggling to help them with getting money for their projects. I would say there is a certain range of loans which are difficult to get. And when we discuss these things with EBRD, for example, they're now saying, we don't really want to have any new models. Instead, we want everyone to go to commercial banks and get money for the project in commercial banks. And we, as a BRD, will give money to those commercial banks specifically for these reasons. It's supposed also to make the loans easier. There is some level maybe of technical assistance with that. So I was wondering if you have seen that working, and yeah, that's actually the question.
From what I know, yes, indeed. IFIs have been transferring the funds to local banks in Ukraine and the Ukraine facility, for example. And currently, Ukrainian banks are indeed, at least they have announced that they have some programs for municipalities, for households, for businesses, in order to finance their energy projects. Whether that is successful, I'm not aware. I know that there are some there are at least some, Oshad Bank just recently announced that they have projects for 650 megawatts of different generation, and most of their customers are commercial consumers, no, like businesses. But, and another part was either municipalities or households. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that that can be a struggle, and especially for municipalities that do not have enough capacities in terms of people who would be qualified enough to work with different banks to do all of these procedures and everything. But I'm not in the place to comment whether these programs are successful, because most of them were launched like less than half a year or something like this. So, but yeah, but for our companies, like big investors in big utility-sized projects, they cannot even go to local banks, because local banks don't have enough money. So they're going straight to the IFIs, and it takes much more time.
Thank you very much. And if there is no other question from the audience, I think we'll have to give applaudisement to our panelists, and thank you all for attention.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Susanne, for the introduction. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation to be here with you today online. Unfortunately, I could not be in Kiev physically for personal reasons, but I have been following the discussion since the very beginning this morning. Congratulations. Top quality as always from Green Deal Ukraine. I am delighted to be moderating this third panel on investments. And before I introduce the speakers and also the keynote speaker, I would like to highlight a few points, particularly because we are dealing with such an important topic, namely investments. This is the holy grail, everyone wants it, everyone wants to attract more investments, particularly at this time. But there are a number of issues that need to be solved first before the money keeps pouring in. And I made a few notes. One, of course, is building trust. How do we build trust? Well, through proper institutions. And I would like to remind you that this year the Nobel Prize for Economics went to three professors, two from MIT, one from Chicago University, on their research showing the link between strong institutions and building prosperity. So the role of institutions is actually no joke, and the building of institutions comes really through ensuring, as we kept hearing throughout the discussion this morning, proper corporate governance, a stable regulatory and legislative framework. Then, of course, we have transparency. We're going to talk about it. Data transparency is key. But we also heard from the previous panel about the challenges that Ukraine faces in terms of releasing this kind of information in times of war. Of course, it is indeed a big challenge, but is there a way that we can still provide some kind of reliability, some kind of transparency and insight, even as these risks are very pertinent? And of course, importantly for everyone is the reliability and the predictability of the legislative framework. And this is particularly pertinent for the energy sector, where Ukraine is expected to provide some clear targets so that these provide the right signals to investors now and also potential investors who would be interested in, of course, taking the risk and entering this market. From my experience as a journalist working in the sector for the last 15 years, I could see that companies are in fact prepared to take risks as long as they see predictability, legislative and regulatory predictability. And I'm sure that this is also the case for Ukraine, and it can be done as long as there is this predictability. So I would like now to invite to the floor the speakers, Mr. Andrei Kitura, Head of Green Transition Office under the Ministry of Economy, Ukraine. He will be providing the keynote speech for this panel. Then I would like to invite Mr. Alexander Diachuk, leading research officer at the Institute for Economics and Forecasting. The third speaker will be Ms. Alena Akulic, Regional Director, Eastern Europe at the German Eastern Business Association. The fourth speaker, Ms. Olha Yerionima, Associate Director at EBRD. Fifth speaker, Mr. Victor Duma, Deputy Director, International Cooperation Department at Ukrgaz Bank. And finally, last but certainly not least, Mr. Alexei Parkhomchuk, Director, Investment Fund for Developing Countries, IFU. I would like to invite Mr. Kitura to do the keynote speech, and then we will have statements from each of the speakers, and then we will conclude with questions from the audience. So I would invite you all to jot down your questions while you listen to the speakers, and at the end to ask your questions. So both the audience in Kiev and also the audience online are invited to prepare questions and to address them at the end of this session. Minister Kitura, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I will briefly describe what our team is working on and then move to investments enabling in Ukraine, the key topic of our today conference. I'm representing Green Transition Office. It's an advisory body for the government in general and to the Ministry of Economy in particular. Our key goal is to help the government to implement green transition reforms while also boosting or simultaneously boosting economic development, economic growth. The Green Transition Office is financed by the UK government and implemented through Dixie Group. We identified 5 key work streams for us, and we were focusing on them. We started with analysis for the decarbonization sectoral pathways for different industries in Ukraine. We needed to identify key promising opportunities to invest in climate change mitigation, in decarbonization, energy efficiency in Ukraine. The second one is dedicated to green financing. We screened more than 1,000 different investment projects prepared both by public actors and private sector to identify which of them are in line with green taxonomy requirements and requirements of different IFIs. Also, we have started a work stream dedicated to implementation of ESG reporting and governance in Ukraine. Now we have a work stream dedicated to capacity building, and finally, we are working on NECP implementation in Ukraine. I do believe that NECP could be a really good framework for enabling investments in climate change, mitigation, adaptation, in energy sector, etc. But I want to mention a very important reservation, let's say. We are a country at war. For sure, in our situation, emergency needs come first. And green transition, all that stuff, more long-term perspective, let's say. That's why it's not obvious for investors why they need to come to Ukraine and take such a huge risks. And to say more, Ukraine unfortunately have never been a very attractive country for investments. So this is the situation what we have right now, to be honest. So basically there are many reasons why investors should not invest in Ukraine, unfortunately. And we see our key task as to highlight at least 2 reasons why they should consider Ukraine as a good country for investments. And the reasons are green transition in Ukraine could be profitable. There are some promising opportunities in this sphere. And second, investments in green transition in Ukraine will benefit not only Ukraine but also EU and other countries fighting climate change and solving energy security problems. These are 2 huge reasons why it makes sense to consider. NCP is quite broad document, it's covering energy sector, climate change, agriculture, infrastructure, buildings, transportation, etc. It contains more than 100 different sectoral policies and strategies. So, and the key value of this document is that it's kind of umbrella, a really good framework which could help us to synchronize all that sectoral policies. Now we are working on kind of framework for implementation of NCP. Our ideas are as following. We have many ministries who should act as it was planned. I mean, they should work, for example, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Infrastructure, should be working on sectoral policies as it was before, nothing new here. What is new? We are having Ministry of Economy coordinating and synchronizing all that efforts, and we do see valid value from such a coordination. And idea is to synchronize efforts of each players. We are expecting to have in the Ministry of Economy dedicated unit which will be focusing only on NECP implementation. we have Green Transition Office, my team, to help to provide analytical support for the ministry, for the government, for other ministries in NCP implementation. We are working on Cabinet of Ministry of Ukraine resolution dedicated to NCP monitoring, and this resolution will set the procedures dedicated to coordination of different state authorities regarding NCP implementation. Also, we have our international partners. We are really thankful to the Energy Community Secretariat team, which kindly committed to facilitate and coordinate our dialogue with EU institutions, with our international partners regarding the NCP implementation. Also, a year ago, high-level advisory group was established. This group basically contains more all G7 and even G7 plus countries, key IFIs working in Ukraine, some development banks, and also United Nations institutions. So basically all stakeholders which are willing to support implementation of NCP in Ukraine. Like we see for HLAG, High-Level Advisory Group, like a role in two ways. As a strategic advice to our government regarding the key priorities, and as a platform for fundraising and coordination of international partners who are really willing to support investments in Ukraine. Also, we have external monitoring provided by civil society, totally independent monitoring. So in a combination, I mean different levels of stakeholders from the government, some analytical support, as I said, about the Green Transition Office, to the government, our international partners and civil society. We are really think that it could work and it could be efficient and transparent. So far, I have been speaking mostly about policy coordination, policy development. Like you may ask where you can see here investments. Yeah? I mentioned that we screened more than 1,000 different projects, and I need to say that more than 30% of them could be, let's say, green or could benefit some goals from NCP, like our decarbonization targets, energy efficiency, energy security targets, etc. I said could because it's not clear how it will going on and whether that project will be implemented, but still, like we have potentially such opportunities. So idea is now to secure funding, hopefully very cheap or even grants, to finance at least few pilots which could be dedicated to NCP implementation. And we have for that, thankfully to our international partners, some opportunities as Energy Security Fund and the Energy Community, and also like different programs from our international partners. So after having successful cases, our next step would be to approach to IFIs and to try to build a kind of programs, scaling up this positive experience, and cover maybe more broad landscape in Ukraine, more regions or whole industry, etc. And hopefully after that we could expect to have private investors on board as well. Maybe we will have some cases but starting from even today regarding the private investments in Ukraine, in NCP, etc. But like our expectation is that we will not have many of them, unfortunately, because of obvious reasons. What also I want to add here is that I'm not going to speak much about Ukraine facility and public investments management, but what I must say is that NCP and projects aligned with NCP could be part of the Ukraine facility, obviously. And in fact, we have a kind of commitment in EU regulations that at least 20% of funding under Pillar 2 of Ukraine facility should be spent on the activities in line with EU taxonomy. So, in fact, it's of our interest to implement, to attract investments, taking into account build back better and do not significantly harm principles. So just to sum up, we have already adopted NSCP. We are going to have really comprehensive and, let's say, multi-level framework to monitor and implement NSCP. NSCP is really good umbrella for investments because like we could show to our partners that our government policy can be predictable, can be coherent, can be transparent. NCP is our plan for next 6 years. Hopefully, till that moment, we will be part of the EU. Like the method or the bottleneck is, of course, like war risks and unfortunately, like not much appetite from the investors to the investments in Ukraine. And like our solution would be to have pilots, to have grants for to start at least some projects and then scaling up it together with IFIs. Now we are really focusing to have kind of roadshow in different countries, EU countries, like Italy, which will host our next URC conference, probably UK, maybe others, where we want to show what our government is going to do in regard to climate and energy policy, and also show at least some feasible projects, maybe like a bunch of projects, just to start this discussion with international partners. Thank you very much for attention. I will give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. That was very good. Could we move to the next speaker, Mr. Alexander Diachuk, for his statement?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, it's very honorable to be here with you. Just one few words maybe about energy and climate investment needs and data transparency under martial law and present you some features which Andriy mentioned about NSCP. It's a crucial plan for Ukraine. We can say this it's a short-term recovery plan. So my presentation, but I'm a researcher. I have a mathematical background, PhD in engineering, working in economic institute, so I like figures and a lot of figures. So I just want to show you that not what should be changed. So not some insights from Energy and Climate Action Plan. You can download this document on website of Ministry of Economy or another sources, and to read a lot of information and a lot of figures to find. But just want to show that if we want to implement this plan and will be in line with EU standards, EU Green Deal, etc. So we should make a lot of efforts and a lot of energy transition and decreasing fossil fuels and decreasing a lot of renewables, including till 2030. So you can see on prime energy consumption, on final energy consumption, you see a lot of renewables, and share of electricity will increase in final energy consumption. And second point is yes, today it's also mentioned about our obligation regarding the increase in renewable of energy. Yes, now we have around, I don't know, maybe 15% of renewables in gross final energy consumption, but we should achieve 27. Maybe it's not too much from one side, but on the right figure you can see that how much we should make efforts in different areas in all sectors, not only in power sector. So gross final energy consumption is whole economy. So as you can see that in power sector we have a good trends, but we should move much faster. And it's only 10% of 27. Second 10% is a heat, and another 7% is a final consumption of renewables, direct consumption of renewables in each sectors. And you can see that agriculture or transport sector have a very small share of renewables now, and we should increase it. So it's just for understanding. And for this, of course, if we will implement our measures presented in the NSCP, adopted by the government, we can reduce a lot of emissions, GHG emissions, first of all in energy sector, in all chains where energy is burning, extracting, consuming, etc. And for this, we, of course, for implementing any plans, we should money and take into account our assumptions based on some modeling, times Ukraine modeling. We see that if we will still worked on existing measures, so business as usual scenario or reference scenario, we also will need a lot of money and a lot of investment in energy sector, in transport sector. We see how now in Ukraine increasing share of hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles maybe currently is stable, but hybrid plus electric vehicles currently is around quarter of the market, so 25% of together with hybrid and electric market. So we also need investment for power generation. Yes, we discussed today, but the same. If we want to implement different our strategic and plans and policy and measures presented in NCP, we should invest in all sectors of economy, not only power sector. But of course, power sector it's a big challenge. Second part of my presentation is transparency, data transparency. We worked on an SCP, our Institute for Economics and Forecasting was responsible for preparing projections of GHG emissions, renewables, energy consumption, etc. So we and supported by Net Zero World Initiative, US initiative. And on the start of the process, it's 1 year ago, maybe more, in August 2023, we on the start of this process, we say that all data which will produced by our modeling team will be public. So, and we are using different models, but first of all, it's the Times Ukraine model and Shell Veda, and we have a Veda online, and all data uploaded on this portal. And now we have around 200 users which can use this data. I don't know, revise or just using or provide additional information, etc. And if any else from this audience want to also have this access, just write a letter or request to us, and we provide you access. And of course, take into account the martial law and what Deputy Minister said, that yes, a lot of data closed. It's absolutely understandable, but when we want to develop different documents, of course, concrete projects may be much easy to get some information. But if we want to develop this on the national or local level, we must have the data. But again, on the other side, we have martial law. So maybe this our sharing of our modeling data with another modeling team, like team who worked in Green Deal Ukraine, Georg team, and another lot of different think tanks or modeling team. So it's a good time, or not good time, maybe it's a good possibility to find some insights, interesting insight from our results, and to provide additional to make additional value chain to this process. So yeah, but this may be all from my side. And in the end, I just want to say thank you for you, our partners, for German government for support Ukraine and for support these activities. It's very important, and yeah, and thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Diachuk. Our next speaker is Ms. Alena Akulic, Director for Eastern Europe, the German Eastern Business Association, and she will be talking about German investments in Ukraine and in energy and climate, providing German perspective.
Thank you, everybody. Just a quick question. Do you hear me, see me quite well? Perfect.
I hear you, thank you.
Dear organizers, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on such important topics. Dear colleagues and participants, I'm very glad to be with you today. To start with, I'd like to emphasize that we are very pleased that we are already that there are already some German flagship renewable energy projects in Ukraine, such as Gobeck Solar with solar projects, or for example, Notus Energy with wind farms. But there is certainly much more potential for the development of bilateral cooperation if the framework conditions are improved. Let me briefly describe this. Firstly, a clear and understandable working scheme for the restoration efforts is of a big importance. This means establishing a structured and transparent plan outlining the steps and milestones of the reconstruction process. Second, we must emphasize the importance of a clear framework and transparency and against corruption. Transparency is the foundation of trust. The implementation of a guarantee mechanism is another critical aspect. We are pleased that that the German government has been very accommodating to German companies in their desire to minimize risk. The German instruments for hedging deliveries of goods, such as Euler Hermes, as well as investment guarantees of Germany, were kept accessible even under wartime conditions. Strengthening institutions is also essential for sustainable development. Strong institutions are the backbone of the thriving economy. By improving the capacity and efficiency of Ukrainians' institutions, we can ensure that they are able to manage and support large-scale investments. This includes trainings, resources allocation, and institutional reforms. We conducted a survey of German companies in August and found that the main obstacles to doing business in Ukraine continue to be a lack of financing options for investment projects. As a result of the continuing difficulties in accessing private capital, the only companies currently operating in Ukraine are those that can finance projects with equity or fit into the network of one of the international development banks and navigate the application jungle. Due to Ukraine's negative rating by international rating agencies, as a result of the war, private financial institutions are still funding. It's very difficult to provide project finance. One possible solution would be maybe the announced creation of a reconstruction bank of Ukraine along the lines of Germany's KfW. Transport insurances and secure supply chain are also key components. Reliable transport and logistics are essential for the smooth operation of any investment. Ukraine should also adopt a pragmatic, technology-neutral approach to building or modernizing a modern, low-emission energy system. But as far as I understood my previous speaker, you are on the good way. This approach should include the development of renewable energy, such as wind and solar power for domestic use, electricity export, and the future production of green hydrogen, for example. The expansion of biomass power generation should make use of agriculture, waste, biogas, biomethane, and district heating, combined heat and power plants. The main task for all biomasses related project is to improve the country's neutral gas balance. Another issue is also hydrogen partnership with Ukraine. We see a lot of potential in cooperation in this field, and it should remain a strategic objective in energy relations. What is also very crucial from our point of view is decentralizing energy production and involving the agricultural sector in biogas production that can reduce dependence on natural gas. Finally, EU rules and Ukraine EU accession prospects play a crucial role in attracting investment. Ukraine must prioritize the rapid adoption and acceptance of EU norms, standards and certification, and you are also on the good way, so still continue, keep going forward. In conclusion, I would like to say that German investment in Ukraine energy and climate sectors has immense potential to promote sustainable development by focusing on the topics I just mentioned, such clear recovery programs, transparency, risk management, institutional strengthening, diverse financing instruments, secure logistics, and pragmatic approach to energy modernization and alignment with EU standards, we can create a robust framework that attracts and sustains investment. And I'd like to end with a sentence I personally very believe in. Together we can build a better, greener future for Ukraine and Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a very good speech indeed. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ms. Olha Yeronima, Associate Director at EBRD, who will be talking about EBRD investments and loans in Ukrainian energy and climate sector. And also she will provide some suggested improvements. We can't hear you.
Sorry, my connection was broken down. Is it my time to speak?
It is indeed, yes. Yes, thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to speak today. My name is Olga Yeremin. I'm Senior Bank in charge of energy projects of EBRD in Ukraine. Usually based in Kyiv, now temporarily based in Warsaw, but traveling very often to Kyiv. EBRD is one of the largest IFIs operating in Ukraine and in the energy sector of Ukraine. Since the start of the war, we stepped up in our support to energy sector clients with focus on energy security. We strongly supported Ukrenergo with almost 700 million euro support provided, both combination of loans and grants. Ukrhydro remains our long-standing client. Also, we provided 200 million to Ukrhydro. Our current focus is on emergency projects in the power sector of Ukraine with support of distributed peaking generation. You know that attacks on the energy sector of Ukraine activated since 22nd of March, and almost 70% of all generation capacities, especially flexible ones, were destroyed. So Ukraine is in bad need of flexible generation, and exclusively, though it's not standard project approach for EBRD. We are financing gas peaking generators both with state-owned companies and with private companies. We are in active project preparation work with Ukernafta and Ukrzaliznytsia, who have some access to grid connections. Ukernafta has access to own gas, and Ukrzaliznytsia has strong background in energy sector, being one of the largest energy suppliers in the country. So we believe these companies have a really strong basis to pick up with these badly needed projects to Ukraine. These projects are needed also to maintain stability of the grid and allow renewables to continue operating and developing. And our constant focus and plans for the future is to continue operating in renewable area with focus on private sector. We work with a number of private sector partners in preparation of financing of projects which will be built next year and post next year, and would like to step up with financing of all types of renewable technologies, starting from solar, finishing with hydro, and we do have experience in all.
We are not hearing you too well, unfortunately.
Maybe I need to switch off my video. Do you hear me better now?
No. If you could maybe come a little closer to your screen or to the microphone.
I'm pretty much
That's
close.
better.
Okay,
That's much better. Thank you.
maybe it's internet. And we have experience in financing projects in all types of technologies in Ukraine. Historically, you know that there is no established support mechanism to renewables these days, though there are attempts to launch auctions via guaranteed buyer. Let's see how successful they are, but the base case scenario is that renewables going forward will be operating via PPA offtake arrangements, and PPA offtake arrangements with reliable, bankable customers are really scarce these days in Ukraine, and will be scarce post-war. Therefore, we are in close discussions on various de-risking tools and mechanisms, how to make renewable projects bankable and create interest of potential investors in the sector. And we are open to dialogue with reliable investors who are seriously thinking about constructing renewable projects in the country, and basically all types of generation projects in the sector. So please, you are welcome to approach us with your ideas and requests for future financing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your brief presentation. I would like to introduce our fifth speaker, Mr. Viktor Duma, Deputy Director, International Cooperation Department at Ukrgas Bank, to talk about the bank itself, the activity, its experience over the last 10 years in financing renewable energy projects. Mr. Duma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aura. Well, to be precise, it's 8 years only, but still it's a substantial track record of dealing with green projects. Good afternoon to everyone. I am pleased to talk today about the facilities and about our facilities and how we can facilitate financing of green projects. Why Ukrgazbank is here? Well, while Ukrgazbank is a universal bank, we are a bank that positions ourselves as the bank which is focused on financing sustainable projects. Our green path began in 2016 with a joint project with International Finance Corporation, which helped us build a comprehensive green banking framework at the bank. We have used this green banking framework to finance green projects over the recent years. And we have been developing this system, and now we are financing a wide range of sustainable projects. I'm not going to overwhelm you with too many figures. As you may see, I do not have the presentation to do some propaganda, but I will still mention certain key figures for you to grab the general idea. Over these years, Ukrgazbank has financed over 25 billion of hryvnias in renewable energy. This adds up more than 1 gigawatt of renewable energy, or roughly 13% of all such energy generation in Ukraine. This year only, we have financed financed and approved for financing more than 60 megawatts of projects. And we expect that to finance and invest more than 1 billion in such type of projects until the end of this year. Well, our green banking framework has several key components. One of the components which enables us successfully work with such types of financing is our in-house technical office, with dedicated qualified engineers who are able to analyze the technical feasibility and potential of renewable energy projects. Another important component of our system is ESMS, Environmental and Social Risk Management System, which helps us assess the impacts of the projects we finance. This system is also instrumental in working with IFIs and DFIs that provide dedicated green wholesale funding for financing green projects. We were able to secure such funding from NEFCO, Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, IFC, EBRD. We also have dedicated projects with UNIDA. One of our recent acquisitions, I would say, is 150 million risk-sharing facility with EBRD, which is targeted at securing, contributing to energy security of Ukraine. It's dedicated towards supporting renewable energy projects and more conventional gas-fired projects. Well, maybe it may be a bit unconventional, for example, for EBRD to support such type of generation like gas-fired generation, as they are focused on green energy transition very much. But at the same time, this shows how difficult it is to combine these days the urgent needs of the Ukrainian economy, of the Ukrainian people, with the longer-term sustainability goals. Well, definitely it's not everything that easy. There are certain challenges on the way of financing green projects. One of the key challenges here in Ukraine is high cost of funding, which is embedded in the loans. while smaller cases for financing renewable energy may benefit from the government-subsidized 579 program, the larger projects are more difficult to finance. When we started our green financing, the average tenor of such loans was 5 years only. Now, to accommodate for longer payback periods, we have extended this period to 7 years, and even may, on a case-by-case basis, consider longer tenors. The obvious another challenge which we see is the war in Ukraine and inherent war risks. Definitely, since the beginning of the war, most of the financing shifted towards more working capital, but now we are encouraged to see the growing interest for financing renewable energy projects, but we all do understand what is the driver behind that demand. Well,
globally. At the very start of the big war, we had 15 active investments in Ukraine, so quite a few, though many of them are relatively small. We didn't stop in February 2022. We needed to support those portfolio companies we had at the moment, so we provided emergency financing already in April 2022. And since then, we made 4 new projects because we were allocated some additional money from the Danish government, one fund investment and 3 new loans. And we hope that this year we will end with at least two new loans in the Ukrainian private sector. As I mentioned, we are state-owned, so there is quite a lot of political agenda and politically driven things which we are governed by. But fortunately, Denmark is kind of long-term, consistent and sustainable supporter to Ukraine. Denmark was one of the very first countries which already in 2014 called the Russian aggression not something else, but the military aggression against Ukraine. So I'm quite proud to work for a Danish financial institution. Except at the very start of the war, we had 5 investments in Ukrainian renewables. Out of those 5, one Sivash wind park which is our borrower. We are one of a group of lenders in Sivash. The location of the wind park was occupied already during the first hours of the war, so this asset is lost for now, but other 4 projects in western and central Ukraine, they are up and running, and they're performing quite well despite everything, despite even underpayments and not really timely payments from the guaranteed buyer. They are doing okay, and we are happy about this. We do have money to continue. We do have political commitment from ourselves and also from the Danish shareholders, and we have the only shareholder, this is the Danish government. So we have money, and the typical terms you can see on the screen. We can do loans. As of now, we do not consider equity. Our sweet spot would be around 10 million euro per project. You can see the interest rate. You can see the approximate tenor of the financing. And of course, there are some requirements which are pretty much typical for DFIs, like there should be satisfactory KYC, and there should be very much obvious impact creation in terms of the retention of the working places, restoration of the revenues and local tax payments. But of course, we would like to make sure that those projects are rebuilding Ukraine, and those projects are making Ukraine better and greener. We face, when it comes to renewables, we face, as everybody else, as it was mentioned here already a few times, we face a lot of challenges, and those challenges are presented here on the screen. The first one, and which is probably beyond the competence of anybody sitting here or anybody in the, or maybe even globally, the security situation assessment, what will happen next. What kind of political risk insurance or just insurance options? And I think there are still big question marks. What can be insured? And you know, we are, as everybody else, we are in a good contact with MIGA and DFC, and I think it's not so much optimistic what can be insured. We are also a bit worried about how Ukraine from the top is seeing renewables in the long run. And there are obviously some fluctuations in the policies, in the attitudes, in the public statements, in the regulations. To what extent, for us, the merchant risk when a company is when an electricity generator is going to sell in the market, to what extent this is acceptable to us? And I think it's difficult to assess in any country, but in Ukraine even more as of now. To what extent corporate PPAs are reliable? And sometimes we are coming across cheap money expectations, and you could see on the previous slide, but we are not cheap. But this is, I would say, much. It is the terms we are suggesting now. They are effectively ignoring the country risk of Ukraine. So under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any investments here, especially from private sources. And what geography is preferred? You have probably heard that there is a special Danish political commitment to Mykolaiv region, and we do a lot in Mykolaiv region in public and private sectors. At the same time, whether a wind park in Mykolaiv is fine in comparison with a wind park in Lviv region, most likely Lviv region is safer. And there is a big question mark about money repatriation. We can do money repatriation loans, being a state-owned institution. Who else can do that? I mean, if we have some private investors in the same project, how they are going to repatriate money? And we don't receive money on equity, we receive money on loans, but how to attract other investors to Ukraine? This is photo from Sivash Wind Park, and which is a lost asset for the time being. You have our contact details, and thank you very much for your attention.
Apologies for a brief moment, I couldn't unmute myself. Thank you very much to all the speakers. If there are any questions from the audience in Kiev, I would kindly ask you to let me know, because obviously I cannot see you. So we invite now people to ask questions, both online and in the audience in Kiev.
You don't, you hear me. So my name is Alexei Pasyuk. I'm Executive Director of ECA Action, and I'm happy to hear voice from EBRD and Ukrgazbank on the effort which is done in the financing renewables. There is one thing we are also looking into, that there will be money available also not just for commercial companies, but also for municipalities. And there is a part, or basically an issue which I wanted to raise. So do you have an experience as Ukrgazbank to financing municipalities? If not, or if yes, I mean, anyway, what are the challenges? And then you mentioned that you're giving up to 7 years. It's already quite progress. And I'm wondering if EBRD would not support a longer term funding for the bank like Ukrgazbank.
Alexei, thank you for the question. Let me start, and maybe Olga will take over from the EBRD perspective. As I mentioned, the recent facility from EBRD covers also municipalities and municipal companies. Well, we do have experience of working with municipalities, and there is a financial instrument for financing energy projects, both like renewable energy and gas-fired. The instrument is available on the table. But as Roman mentioned in the previous panel, there is some difficulty on the part of the municipalities who are indeed, waiting for some grants from foreign donors, and at least right now, there is not a line of municipalities willing to receive a loan for financing such projects. For example, we have cases when the gas-fired equipment, cogeneration equipment, was granted to municipalities from various projects, and within the instruments which is prepared together with the EBRD, we may finance their installation. So everything is available. Our colleagues have met municipalities and are trying to persuade them to do the investments, but the action is also needed and support on the part of the government on that issue.
I don't know whether any contribution is needed from me. I'm not sure I heard all details of this.
I don't think we can hear you. Maybe people in the audience can hear you, but I can't hear you online.
I'm not sure I heard all details of the question because the connection was not good from the audience. But EBRD is very active in financing municipal projects, including various energy security components, and probably many of you are aware about historic projects we already implemented, and we are looking forward to specific requests about funding to our municipal team. I am not directly responsible for municipal projects, but there are colleagues, Denis Gayevy, Igor Knyazyev, whom you can address with municipal sector projects in Kyiv office of EBRD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions in the audience? I can't see anything online, actually. Not I have questions of my own. But priority is, of course, the audience. Anyone else? Okay. My question for all panelists is about risk. Of course, the biggest risk right now, the biggest risk facing Ukraine is a war-related risk. But if we were to discount that and assuming a scenario where war is over, what is the next biggest risk that you foresee for Ukraine, and what are the instruments or what are the measures that can be taken to mitigate that second biggest risk or biggest risk after a war risk?
Well, if I may start, I have briefly touched upon that issue from the bank perspective. One of the highest risks for financing such projects is still high cost of funding, and that's where efforts from the international community may be welcomed as well, to reduce that cost of funding, which will be channeled then to the end users to help finance renewable energy projects. That's to be short, given we are short of time. Maybe anyone else wants to add?
I can comment on this risk outlined and my vision of the key risks. Actually, cost of funding reflects the risk of project implementation involved, and there are consolidated strong efforts of various donors RFIs to make appropriate funding available to support crucial energy sector projects, including renewables. Therefore,
funding elements will be tailor-made to the needs of the project. However, one fundamental project risk is offtake risk and reliability of the offtake, which is feeding into risk assessment of all projects implemented in the country. Therefore, absence of bankable, reliable off-takers, commercial off-takers, is the crucial fundamental reason why financing is expensive. Therefore, if all counterparts, renewable associations, governments join their efforts, and of course IFIs, donors, join their efforts towards building up reliable, tailor-made de-risking mechanism for offtake from future projects to be built on the ground, it will be the key measure which will contribute to reduction of financing price. And second element why funding is considered to be risky is related to still non-transparent functioning of the sector in some respects, still administrative interferences with sector functioning. And you know that there are price caps which can be lifted, which can be changed, and various other types of things which influence investor perception of the risk of investing into energy sector projects. So the more transparent the sector will become, the more the risking mechanism will be designed on the ground, the cheaper funding and more widely available funding will be.
Thank you very much. If there are any other questions, final call for questions. If not, I would like to wrap up this session. So first of all, please let me know if there are any other questions. I take the silence as no. So before I let you go and enjoy your lunch, I would like to thank all the speakers for their excellent speeches.
Yeah, maybe just a few words about your question about reduction of risk.
Yes,
so,
please.
Yeah, it's an investment risk, but it can be a security risk. From my understanding, risk and size of projects is we have a relation between risk and size of the project. So maybe because approach or idea to distribution energy system is much reliable comparing to the big projects. So we see now that a lot of companies, households, a lot of people investing in for example, in solar plus storages. Its price of solar plus storage is much expensive compared to price from the grids. But for the people and companies, much important to decrease security risk. So, and they're investing. So, again, it's absolutely understandable in Ukraine. I see from the government that distribution energy system is much better, much reliable comparing to the centralized or with big power plants, and it's a lot of, again, it's a security risk, it can be it's investment risk less, so we should moving forward to invest into more small projects, but altogether this should be, of course, high value of capacity. Yeah, it's my understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to add? Okay. No more? Okay. As I said, I would like to wrap up by thanking the speakers. Also to say that I was actually quite touched by what one of the speakers, I think Mr. Kitura, was saying. Well, first of all, we have to worry about our survival. And it's quite hard for us who live abroad to understand what you're going through. And there is indeed a saying which says, one must live first and then philosophize. And this is the case for Ukraine right now. But on the other hand, these talks about the issues that we discussed today, transparency, sustainability, institutions, corporate governance. These are not just some bells and whistles, much like by spoiled Westerners who don't have much else to think about. These are actually the building blocks of your better future. And your future starts now. And with that, I would like to wrap up, to wish you all the best. Stay all safe. Enjoy the rest of the conference and your lunch. And thank you very much once again for this excellent forum today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joanna Pandera is the CEO of Forum Energy, a Polish think tank based in Warsaw, and our partner in the Green Deal Ukraine program. And Joanna is going to introduce our our panelists, and is going to introduce herself first of all and what we want to achieve in this next panel. Handing over to you, Joanna.
So everybody can understand me. So my pleasure to be with you. Unfortunately, I could not come in person, but I hope that with this online moderation, we managed to have a good discussion. I would like to introduce you to basically speakers today. First, Leonardo Mois, who is professor at the Florence School of Regulation. It's great to have you with us, and Dirk Schatzschneider from the Director General from the Ministry of Education, if I'm not mistaken, yes. So it's nice to have you with us. We will have then introduction first. Our today discussion will be on leadership, how to strengthen it, how to build human capacity. We can imagine that Ukraine and you guys are under extreme pressure, pressure of war, but also pressure to act and to be constructive in this entire situation, to be resilient and to react quickly on the changes. So we'll have first introduction. Yes, so I just get the floor. I don't know who would like to be the first, if Dirk or Leonardo, the floor is yours.
Well, I'm open for both. The agenda I happen to have in front of me says I should start, but it's fine if Leonardo wants to start.
Yes, please,
go ahead.
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So let's go on. I think I'm happy to fulfill the challenging task to be the icebreaker after lunch for all of you. And I hope you already had this very fruitful discussion in the morning. I happen to be the advisory board member of Green Deal Ukraine for the German Ministry of Education and Research. And here it's more the second part, the research part, of course, that is important. And even if it's a challenge to be the first after the lunch break, I think it's even more challenging what we currently see in Europe in terms of geostrategic and economic conflicts and shifts that are putting a lot of pressure on us. And at the same time, climate change and the energy transition are our constant accompanying challenges too. This means that we must take action now to make the transition to a new climate and energy policy. So there's a need taking truly sustainable action, and this requires two very important things. Firstly, the energy industry must become environmentally compatible. And secondly, we must avoid dependencies such as that we have seen in the past. So how do we contribute to environmental compatibility and energy independence? In our case, for example, more than 180 universities and 120 non-university research institutions in Germany are currently doing research focused on these goals. And my ministry, our ministry, supports them with both institutional funding and also with targeted project funding to work on the most urgent energy issues. But our commitment in this context goes as well beyond the national German borders. Thanks to international cooperation, also in research, we are able to help set up new viable energy partnerships worldwide. By combining our forces in that way, we are working on developing an energy supply that is safe, clean, and sustainable. Now, what about the human side on this? I think advisory groups and think tanks play an important part in ensuring the success of energy research. They deliver fact-based recommendations for action and provide important impetus. And they actively put results into practice. Take the Energy Systems of the Future project, for example, ESYS as abbreviation. In this interdisciplinary project, experts draw up options for action to create an affordable and sustainable energy supply. The project members engage in different discussion formats with policymakers, industry, and civil society to integrate these different perspectives into their analysis. So, dear colleagues, we believe in cooperation and in involving external expertise, because we can only lay solid ground for our energy of the future by acting together and using all available knowledge. And that's also how we want to support Ukraine's recovery wherever we can, because energy supply is of key importance for Ukraine's victory and surviving. To achieve this, we need not only new technologies and innovations, but above all, the people who support the energy transition. Decision makers, citizens, specialists, training institutions, we must all them pull together. Thanks to our common project, the people making the decisions and implementation in Ukraine will receive support in building a sustainable energy system. After all, sustainable and renewable energy means independence, which is why we explicitly support the development of the Green Deal Ukraine think tank. Dear colleagues, you have already achieved great results since the start of the project. This includes establishing a management and organizational structure, publishing already various impressive in-depth reports, and together with the Kiev School of Energy Policy and the Florence School of Regulation, you have conducted training programs which already turn out to be extremely fruitful, and I'm sure that Leonardo after me will also comment on this. These institutional capacities and networks of relevant decision makers are seen as a key factor in reducing vulnerabilities and promoting energy independence. We are on the way to create resilient new structures and capacities, individually and at organizational level, supporting decision makers, civil society, and citizens in developing their competence in this sector is therefore essential for building our future resilient energy system. A task that the project Green Deal Ukraine has also undertaken with different training programs, and I am very grateful for that. In the long term, Green Deal Ukraine and its extensive growing network can and shall be a crucial support for the transformation of the Ukrainian energy system. I'm therefore happy and looking forward to today's results, and I hope you all enjoy inspiring discussions after the morning session, as well also in the afternoon. Thank you very much and good luck, and talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Before I will invite Leonardo, I would like to welcome other panelists. Grigory Mozolevich, Director General in the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Milena Komar, Director of Kiev School of Energy Policy. Oleksandr Sharinsky, Chief Specialist of the Infrastructure Projects from Zhytomyr. And Victoria Yavoravenko, Head of Energy Management Division at the Department of Recovery and Development of Vinnytsia City Council. Yes, hello everybody, and now I give the floor to Leonardo. We are a bit behind the schedule. I hope we'll have still time to discuss, but Leonardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And that was a very elegant way, Joanna, of telling me, don't go over time.
Yes.
Message received. Thank you. Really nice, Dirk, that you already sketched the importance of this project, and it's really great also that it's so much supported by your government and by your ministry. And it really has been a pleasure to be part of it. I will go quick to come to why we are part of this project and what we have had the pleasure to do so far. But I don't know if all of you know us. So the Florence School of Regulation is part of the European University Institute. So we don't connect to a national Ministry of Education. We really have all countries like Poland, like Germany represented in our governance. So it means we are typically a platform that like to get involved in things that are important for Europe. And today, Ukraine is really important for Europe. So as you can imagine, this is really a strategic priority for us. What do? Well, we, I think, are a bunch of academics that like to be close to practice. We work in sectors like climate, energy, transport, water, and waste, where there are a lot of challenges. They touch upon our daily lives, but there is also a lot of European policy development, right? So we like to bridge this, topics important for citizens and important for city authorities, but also for national government and for EU governments. What I think makes us a bit unique is that we combine a research group with think tank activities and with executive education. And I think there are also very strong synergies, because what we notice if we engage with practitioners in executive education is that it's not only a way to disseminate research, the latest thinking, but also it gives us a lot of contacts, a lot of new ideas for research. And it also provides a bit of a reality check on some of our thinking. Now, we do a lot of executive education. As you can see here, some numbers. We reach about 1,000 professionals every year. Some of them come to Florence, but many we train online. This is the public sector as well as the private sector, people with very diverse backgrounds. And every year we reach about 96 countries. So that's roughly half of the world, right? Now, how did we start interacting with Ukraine? Like many, we were really shocked of what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine, and we felt a bit desperate to do something. But what can a university do like us? I think many universities realized they can make small contribution by giving scholarships. So that's something we did spontaneously. Our team really wanted to do that, and we didn't really know what would happen. So we just opened scholarships for Ukrainian professionals. And we were really surprised of how many took up this opportunity. So I'm still amazed by your resilience in the middle of a war. You also were already looking forward to be integrated into Europe. And part of that integration also implies to get up to speed with all the European regulation and all the European policies you would have to comply with, like the ones of the Green Deal. And many professionals took this opportunity to already do that. And I was course director at that time. I was not yet the director of our school. So in one of those courses, I've seen the Ukrainian participants very active. And I must say that had an impact on all the other participants in the course, because they could see the commitment of the Ukrainians to be professional. And that really had an impact, I think, on all the other participants. So then when Susanna and Georg came to us to say, do you want to be part of that new Green Deal project in Ukraine? We said immediately yes. And I will quote Suzanne, who quoted a very known expression in one of our courses in the past. She said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think we can do both fast and long and far if you go together with partners you already know. And we were fortunate we had already worked both with Susanna and Georg, so we really trusted them blindly in this new initiative. And through them, we got to know all the other partners of this project. And like they always say, friends of friends become friends. So that really became true in this project. And the first way of us collaborating with other partners was with the Kiev School of Energy Policy. Milena is on the panel. It has been a real pleasure to work with your team. This summer, we organized a tailor-made training for city officials in Ukraine. As you can see here, we had 24 participants, 20 instructors, so we really tried to mobilize all the best experts from different countries in Europe on these topics you can see there. But we wanted it to be actionable, right? We didn't only want to talk about how you could do things, but we wanted also the city officials to think about it and make plans. And then, of course, I think the Kiev School of Energy Policy is much better placed in that last part. So it was a really nice collaboration where they helped the city officials to make whatever we were teaching more actionable. We've never had a satisfaction of 5 out of 5 in any of our courses in the 20-year history of our school. So either the Ukrainians have been too generous, and they can start to maybe to also give us some feedback to improve, or this was really a special course. What are some next steps? And then I will stop. Joanna, is this city initiative for us is something we would like to continue to do. So that means that even if the project would stop, we would hopefully continue. As you can see here, we have a global executive master in which cities will become a course, and we also will pilot that more course that is open to also city officials from other countries already in 2025. That means that we would not only be able to do tailor-made courses for Ukraine, but if the Ukrainians would prefer to mix with city officials from other countries, we could also enable that in the future. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for also time discipline. Now we have actually, according to the schedule, 20 minutes to discuss. So I'm afraid we need to go a bit beyond the scheduled agenda. Maybe 2 words about myself. I'm established and run Forum Energii, which is independent think tank which supports energy transition in Poland. And basically, I created it years ago because I was frustrated with working for government, and I believe that such non-government strong institutions have really important role to play, to be the leader, to inspire others to act, also to identify problems and bottlenecks, and to advise on how to address them. But I would like to direct my first question to Grigory Mozolevich, Director General in the Ministry of Education in Ukraine. If you could say us what is now mostly needed in Ukraine, where are the biggest gaps, and where is the potential for collaboration?
Well, I can give you a couple of words, I can give you more figures, and in fact more graphs. There's an element of my presentation covering that. Now, on this slide, you could see the potential of our science and innovation sphere, and partly the education, because we have higher educational institutions here. So this is the enormous potential that Ukraine has as of now. Now, part of that potential, it's hard for me to give you an exact percentage of those related to the Green Green Deal and to the Europe. Maybe there could be more, but they can definitely perform a very significant project related to this initiative. Besides, we can confidently say that there is a range of projects which are, well, in fact, dozens of projects under a variety of programs, including European products, are being implemented now. So speaking of assistance and support, and the potential that we want to receive, of course, we need to talk about the recovery of our scientific institutions and educational institutions being damaged and destroyed as the result of Russian aggression. We have them in different cities of Ukraine, and that support of the EU to cover the recovery of these institutions is of an utmost importance to us. And I can definitely reaffirm the words of the previous speaker, saying that there is a need to support the work of our scientists, because there are scientists who, for certain reasons, had to flee Ukraine and As you can see, most of the Ukrainian scientists are, according to our statistics, have moved to Germany. So that support in the other countries of utmost importance, and you can well use the potential of Ukrainian scientists to produce new ideas and products for the recovery of Ukraine. On the other hand, we as the Ministry of Science and Education of Ukraine, we keep saying about the utmost important issue of supporting Ukrainian scientists who are here in Ukraine. There's 88% of what we had in the beginning of the war, all of them staying here. And we understand that all the Ukrainian capacities and anything we have in our budget is spent on the security and defense of Ukraine. So the humanitarian area, including the education and science, is supported on the residual basis, meaning if the donors of Ukraine can support it, well, then we have it. And Germany is truly one of the important donors, helps us with the development and maintaining of these scientists, as well as supporting their projects and ideas. I will tell a couple of more words. The Ministry of Education and Science this year has approved the strategic action plan till 2030. It has a separate chapter covering the science and innovation. It has a number of important tasks related to the development of the scientific infrastructure, with recovery of scientific infrastructure. We are doing a lot already. We are currently implementing 19 projects, 19 projects, to reinforce the centers for the collective use of scientific equipment, and we're trying to make sure they're more energy efficient and more resilient. We're using solar power plants and some other which are supported by the European Commission, including the Commission called Reimbursement for the program Horizon 2020. And we're implementing a series of projects related to green energy in that frames. So I thank you, and I pass on to the next speaker, because I understand the time we have is limited.
Thanks a lot for your speedy presentation. Indeed, you mentioned a very important topic that we also need to think about how to not only recover energy infrastructure, but how to recover institutions who will help to basically deliver the skills to the society. But my next question goes to Milena, as actually we know each other and we had very recently interesting conversation. You said that you see your role also as creating the network of and keeping the network of experts, because as Grigory said, many people actually escaped from or are outside of Ukraine, but keeping the network and to call the network to come once there will be time to come, and I hope it will be soon, is of enormous importance. Milena, could you say what you see now as a critical point in delivering skills and human capacity through your work also?
Well, thank you, indeed. I wanted to start with kind of an exercise that Leonardo has mentioned to us from the Florence School of Regulation. When another wave of full-scale war started in Ukraine, we as a school, we kind of posed a question to ourselves. What can we do now and here, like for our country? And it wasn't a theoretical question to us. It was extremely practical, in fact, because all of our team, all of our graduates, all of our professors, and well, in fact, teaching staff, all the focus of our work, I mean, the reason for the existence of our school was always, tied to us being in Ukraine. So when we've kind of tried to consider different options we have at the table, we understood that we will continue to do what we did, to invest in people. And I'm sure the colleague from the Ministry of Education can support me. That is the most difficult investment, because it takes like a dozen of years to see the results of those investments. But it doesn't mean that you don't need to make such an investment. So we kind of posed a question to ourselves, like, who in the energy sector in Ukraine, who should we invest in order well, I don't want to say to guarantee, to secure the victory for Ukraine, but at least to make it a kind of victory that would be a lasting one that would support the development of Ukraine in the long-term perspective. And at this point, I'm very grateful to the meeting with Susanna. That was so much important. And during that meeting, we started discussing the strategic documents that define the tempo, the dynamics, the level for each of the countries. And we realized that there is a number of strategic documents in the EU adopted by every single country, including for the energy and climate sphere of the policy. Now, that set the frames. So the next question, like how much as a school do we invest in the people? Who are those people who make possible the existence of those documents and their implementation and, well, turning practical? So we came up to two audiences that we work with, and the Project Green Deal Ukraine has two programs, together with the Florence School of Regulation, together with Forum Energy, together with Helmholtz-Center in Berlin, that work with the policy-making level of people. And what's more important is that there is an absolutely new critical audience, which is underestimated. That is the audience of managers in the Ukrainian hromadas, on communities, because we believe that decentralization reform is one of the most successful in Ukraine. These are the ones that took place not on the paper, but in reality. So we have decided to invest into a new role, into a new kind of institutional unit in our community as an energy manager or energy advisor. Well, however you can call it. So today, it's a great honor for me to stay here on this stage, to stay close to those people who play this role in the communities. And this summer, we had the training together with the Green Deal of Ukraine partners. So we were searching for the materials and skills and tools and that would allow this institutional unit, the energy manager in their own community, to exist not on a piece of paper, but to be a true decision maker, to a true change maker for their own community, who would be able to have a systemic approach to the energy security, energy independence, and energy strategic planning for their own communities. So answering the question of Johan, the human capital, well, there could be saying that there is a problem with human capital. We're lacking the resources, we're lacking the, well, the tools to prepare these people. But I would say that we have no right to stop in investing in the human capital in Ukraine, because over a very short period of time, we can already see some significant steps forward and some of the results based on these investments. And that inspire us to move on. And I am confident that many of you in this room, you also think of your own education. So I wanted to tell you that we are like the people in the energy sector. We don't have the rights to stop in our training, in our education and development, because it really defines the future of our country. Thank you. Johanna, you have the floor.
Milena, I think you mentioned very important thing that we not only do need a skilled workforce, but we also need project managers to cope with bigger projects and complicated processes with the help which we hope, financial help, which will come from abroad. So it will be of key importance. But I would like to direct my next question to Alexander. And actually, I would like to need what, from your perspective, from the city perspective, is now mostly needed.
I thank the organizers for this invitation, for the possibility to join you in this event and to share our own experience. I represent the Zhytomyr territorial community. It depends on the regional center plus the village of Veresy with a total of population 260,000. So our path towards the project management and energy effectiveness and independence started back in 2010. And at that time, the members of the executive committee, they started, getting interested about the energy consumption of certain houses, like what is the energy consumption in one building, the other building, and they started comparing the indicators for energy consumption. At first, only one person did that. Then we had a separate office dealing with that. And starting from 2015, when the new mayor got elected, he decided to completely transform the city of Zhytomyr into an energy independent hub or island. So a more significant comprehensive project job started, and our path started back in 2012, 2014, and in fact, in 2014 we signed the agreement of mayors, and we committed to reduce the greenhouse gases by 30%. Then later in 2019, we signed the agreement of another agreement of mayors, and we took a commitment to become climate neutral community by 2050, and we have become the first community in Ukraine to take such a commitment with an intermediary goal to reduce the emissions by 35% in 2030, and we have already reached this indicator. And how exactly we've done that? Well, our major advantage and the direction is the preservation of the centralized heating supply system, and we have the special public utility company Zhytomyr Heating Company, and it provides the heating to 170,000 residents, so 2/3 of the population of the city that are using centralized heating, and we're trying to develop it as soon as possible. Last week we had a forum on centralized heating support, and we kind of draw conclusions on some of the achievements over that period. Our local energy policy is based on kind of three wheels, three pillars. First is the production of the thermal energy, and we are trying to refurbish our boiler houses as much as possible. Most of the boiler houses, like 90%, were advanced from the thermal standpoint. They have a new advanced equipment, automation systems we have constructed. Well, thanks to the government of Switzerland, we have constructed the first boiler in Ukraine that is operating on the cogeneration cycle, and it has almost zero emission of gases. As for the transformation policy, we have a project with World Bank, with EBRD, and in accordance to those projects, we are changing the networks of heating supply and water supply. We're trying to kind of insulate them, and that allowed us to prevent the reduction of losses by 5 to 6% in the network. As for the consumption, we are running a very kind of efficient policy. We have a lot of public constructions undergo thermal insulation. That's a different project starting from 2012. The NAFCO, the SECO, and GIZ and other funds, they supported us in that, and we already found a significant experience because the first projects we were implementing, we didn't have enough experience. We've insulated the buildings, but never the internal water supply system, and that resulted in having
to finish, to conclude a bit, because we are running out of time. Sorry, I just, yes, so, but please continue, please continue.
Okay, I understood. Now, talking about the needs of the Zhytomyr, Well, briefly speaking, our budget in 2023 was 5,350 million. In 2024, 5,400 million, but the prediction for 2025 is 3,150 million. So we have a significant reduction of financial resources that we might be using, in fact, to implement the international projects. And of course, we need more grants, more funding in the form of grants. Why is that so important? Because the commitments we took on the implementation of the projects last year, well, we have to provide the final funding to them. And considering the limitations, that's problematic. Still, large infrastructure projects like with the KfW German bank, they take many years. For example, 4 years we have been doing on a project. And it's not even the practical stage of the project. So it's a problem of large infrastructure projects, and they take a lot of time. And the final stage that we all strive to achieve is a fairly long and lengthy in time, and it also there's a gap of a human potential considering the war, considering the challenges of the present period. All of that has an impact, and I would like to extend words of gratitude to Greentil Ukraine, the Kyiv School of Energy Policy, for the opportunity they gave us. And
Thank you. Sorry we are under time pressure, but thanks a lot for your description of the situation on the ground. And I would like to ask the last question to Victoria, and then I will ask you all about one thing which you think is most relevant for Ukraine now. So you can think a bit, but Victoria, tell us, is it that during this entire horror of war, time to think about energy and climate? I can imagine that it is time to think about energy because, as Leonardo said, electricity is basic for everything. But then for climate, do you think it's time to think also?
Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you for this very question. For sure, energy and energy independence, resilience, as well as sustainable development of communities in terms of energy would be a priority in times of today and with the account of the challenges of war, because unfortunately the enemy is really hitting our critical infrastructure and we all feel constant electricity outages and blackouts. We feel certain discomfort, which is why this is a very important area, no doubt. But if to speak about climate, well, we can single out renewable sources of energy. Implementing, using them, we positively influence the climate change. That's solar energy, wind energy, etc., which is why we need to constantly implement these measures and boost energy potential in order to preserve or decrease the greenhouse gas emissions into the environment. Which is why, yeah, both issues are really relevant nowadays in times of war. And this is the opinion of Vinnytsia territorial community. We are trying to install as many solar panels as possible at our enterprises, and we are trying to involve business to become a good partner. Authorities are working with business. We try to compensate certain investments, and we try helping them implementing these projects. Thank you.
Victoria, thank you. So maybe I start with you. What do you think is the one? So we have only 3 minutes left. So I really apologize that the time is limited. But could you name one thing which you think is most relevant?
Well, I believe that we have to work hand in hand. Authorities, business, and civil society. We have to have common goal in mind. We have to cooperate as local authorities and have great contacts with international donors, experts, look for all the possible donor funding. The same shall be done by business. They shall try to get involved in the process. And actually, the civil society shall be aware that energy efficiency is something really relevant as of now, and we have to jointly pursue this goal. Thank you.
Much. And my next question goes to Milena. One thing, like in one sentence, maybe, what do you think is most relevant? So we will keep it in our memory.
Thank you. I believe nobody has a doubt that Ukraine is part of Europe already. And what's important for me would be that the level of life of Ukrainians would be the same as in Europe. And for that purpose, we need to invest, invest, and invest into people, into human capital.
Very much. Grigori, my question to you. One thing which is most relevant.
You know, it's a very philosophical issue, question, and as a citizen of Ukraine, I would like to mention that the key thing would be safety and security. That's military support, that's opportunity of joining NATO, and I just came back from this NATO conference where we were discussing both science and climate and future of Ukraine after the war is over. So what's important would be physical support and assistance, and let's not forget that our future is in European Union. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Alexander, last sentence from you.
Well, you know, the key thing now would be to have victory, to have peace in Ukraine, and only then in our communities we will create the comfortable conditions of living for our citizens to feel safe, to feel comfortable. Thank you.
Much. We are running out of time. I admit I like to be moderator, but only if I have enough time to speak with you. In that case, I have the feeling that we could talk for more than an hour and it would not be enough. But nevertheless, thank you very much for sharing your views, experiences, and without strong leaders, without strong humans, we won't achieve progress, and we keep our finger crossed for Ukraine, and also, as it was said at the beginning, that in collaboration we trust. There is a saying which I like very much: whatever the weather, we must act together. And I hope you will keep it with you, and we stay in touch. Thank you very much.
Interesting last session of today with extremely high level and knowledgeable speakers, and the good thing is I don't have to present them to you because Monika Morawiecka will do so. Monika is part of the advisory council of our project, and Monika is a very long-term expert of European energy policy, especially on electricity. She has had an executive role in one of the largest Polish energy companies. She is now working for the regulatory assistance project from Poland, where she is advising governments in Europe and maybe even beyond on electricity market reforms. And yeah, she is a great contributor to also publications of myself and others. So I'm very happy that you found the time, and the floor is yours in moderating and introducing your panel. Thank you, Monika.
Thank you very much, Gerd. I hope everybody can hear me well. So I would like to ask my panelists on stage. So I would like to invite Markus Lippold, team leader from DG NEAR, on stage. Markus. Julia Jesson, Ukraine Climate Office. Welcome. Followed by Janusz Kopacz, energy and climate expert and consultant for the GDU project, and Oleksiy Pasiuk from EcoAction. Welcome. We were supposed to have one further speaker, but unfortunately he had to cancel. Maciej Zaniewicz from Forum Energy, he apologizes for his absence, but nevertheless, I think we'll have a great discussion here. So without further ado, I would like to welcome you all. And first, I would like to give the floor to Markus, team leader, energy, environment, climate, and Green Deal at the Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, DG NEAR. He'll give us an introductory keynote on the role of the climate agenda in the accession process. We know that the accession process of Ukraine to European Union is a very complicated one. And one of the most challenging chapters of the accession process will be the chapter 27, which is climate and environment. Sometimes it's viewed as the most challenging. It encompasses more than 200 major acts covering everything from waste management, environmental protection, air quality, water quality, noise, industrial emissions, and of course climate. And I think what is very true is that this chapter in particular hinges on the very strong both central and local government capabilities to manage all the acquis that will be implemented and to really ensure compliance. So I would like to now give the floor to Markus. Markus, the floor is yours.
Great to be here in Kiev again, and thanks very much for the Green Deal Ukraine initiative to actually providing this platform. Let me maybe start off with sort of energy and transport has been a big topic. Energy has been a big topic today for obvious reasons. I think energy and transport have been the big topics over the last couple of months, certainly as we march towards winter. But the environment and climate chapter is one of the 4 chapters that actually makes up this cluster, which we call Cluster 4, the Green Agenda and Sustainable Connectivity Cluster, is equally very important. Because after all, it impacts directly people's quality of life here. It is about clean air, cleaner water, waste reduction, clean soil, food, and safety ultimately when we talk about demining. What also needs to be understood that even though in energy, for example, Ukraine is quite advanced, having looked at this chapter and worked at it for some time. The cluster itself and the negotiations can actually only be opened if all chapters are ready to be opened. So it is quite important that on the environment and climate side, we are also now doubling down our efforts to look at the EU acquis and to close the gap in order to provide this framework of legislation that ultimately will also then entice investment into the country. And there the Chapter 27 is really equally important. So what do we focus on when we talk about Chapter 27? It's a lot horizontal environmental issues, climate change, water and air quality, I mentioned, waste management, nature protection, but also chemicals and industrial pollution. On the environment side, Ukraine has already enhanced public access to environmental information, for example, has adopted legislation on waste management, industrial pollution, chemicals, and water quality. So it's definitely moving forward. We're seeing that. On the climate change side, the National Energy and Climate Plan was adopted in June this year, but because of the war and the martial law, implementation of some of the legislation is still hindered, and especially in the temporarily occupied territories. So the focus areas that remain and that are key going forward is environmental and climate really mainstreaming and the application of these cross-cutting horizontal topics. And this regards the environmental impact assessments, for example, and the strategic environmental impact assessments that are needed for all plans, programs, and projects, including those relating to reconstruction, obviously, as well. And what is key here is that we need to sort of limit the regime of exemptions, which basically calls for sort of temporarily not applying the environmental impact assessments, especially as the country really rebuilds the damage of the Kharkovka Dam and how the financial resources are pooled. It is important to do this in a sort of build back better way. We've already heard this today a couple of times, and the environmental impact assessments play a key role here. There's the focus still on the air quality legislation, where full alignment with the acquis, for example, would mean national emission ceilings or control of volatile organic compound emissions. So there's still more to be done. There's the Waste Management Directive, where a waste management plan still has to be adopted, and a circular economy strategy. But this is all things that will be done going forward. On the climate change side, important to not forget that as Ukraine looks at the EU acquis obviously is shifting and developing as well. So there are some upgrades of EU climate policy which result from the Fit for 55 package that needs to be taken into account. On the monitoring, reporting and verification of greenhouse gas emissions, Ukraine adopted resolutions partially implementing the Commission implementing regulation, but that needs to be sort of re-initiated. And key is also the establishment of an emissions trading system that Ukraine is looking at. So the challenges going forward in terms of closing the gap and now advancing on the Chapter 27 to sort of catch up a bit on the energy chapter, for example, have partially been mentioned in the previous panel that we had. There's technical assistance, know-how, partially finance. So how do we best cooperate together? There's what we call sort of the EU toolbox, where we have worked together and applied pieces of it with Ukraine. It's policy dialogues, it is budget support, it's blended finance for infrastructure investments, and cross-border cooperation, sometimes also bilaterals via member states. And what I think helps is there are now several platforms which work together in tandem, which reinforce these efforts. There are, apart from the high-level dialogues that exist by sectors, there are the subgroup 3 meetings under the association agreement. There's the enlargement report. There's now the NECP that has been adopted, and, for example, the Ukraine plan. And all sort of push in the same direction, prioritizing and highlighting those reform areas that will move Ukraine forward in the sort of in the fastest way, attract investment, and are thus a lot sort of reform bound. The EU in all of this is, I think, a vital ally for Ukraine, for the Ukrainian government, in terms of recognizing or getting the progress that is being done recognized also by the EU member states, which will ultimately have the vote on the accession. So let's move forward on this. We've done more than a good start, but now that the sort of screening process starts for all of these chapters in summer next year, let's work even closer together to sort of speed this up. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Markus, for this short introduction to the chapter 27. I have one or two just quick follow-up questions as I was listening to your keynote. Now, first question would be a simple one. What do you think is the most challenging topic out of the many topics covered by chapter 27 for Ukraine? Is it the introduction of the ETS, for example, or something else? And the second, it's more of a comment maybe. I kind of look at it, Ukraine is kind of chasing a moving target, because we have Fit for 55, as you rightly said. We'll be having now targets for 2040 and further legislation. How do you square this circle of having to implement something that is constantly changing in this challenging, very challenging sphere as climate and environment?
I only partially understood it because there's a bit of an echo. What I understood was in terms of sort of what are the top priorities. There are several areas where I would say Ukraine can go ahead, even though there is the armed conflict, the Russian aggression still going on. In terms of setting up the ETS and the MRV, the monitoring, registration and verification system of emissions, and other legislation that can proceed. So we don't have to lose time because there is the armed conflict. There's a lot that can be done, so that when there is finally sort of a peace settlement, that all the framework conditions are already in place for companies to then further come forward and invest. As in the previous panel was also highlighted, that the tasks before us can't all be shouldered by the central or local governments. It needs private investment. And the EU acquis and getting it adopted and implemented is a key item of actually a key condition of making this happen.
Thank you so much. Maybe not, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
So, oh, great. What do you think is the most challenging part of the implementation from the whole of chapter 27?
The most difficult, would be hard for me to say at this stage, but in terms of The most important for me, that would be sort of a function ETS and the emissions monitoring system.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I was alongside my thinking as well. Now I would like to turn to Julia. Julia Jestem, she's from the Ukraine Climate Office, and she's also a senior component leader at the Deutsche Gesellschaft für internationale Zusammenarbeit, GIZ. Welcome, Julia, and I would like to invite you to speak to us about Ukraine Climate Office, what it is, what it does, how it can help. What is the role of Ukraine Climate Office in these negotiations, and why you think climate is now important, even though we do have this challenging war going on? Julia, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I have been attending this conference since the beginning this morning, so I think most of the arguments and everything we heard already. So I think I have the pleasure now to put the brackets around this and have a summary, because in my 20 years work with GIZ, I have learned repetition is very good for the topic. Regarding, I start with your last question, sorry for that. Regarding the climate topic in war times, I think with the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, everybody, to the last person, has learned what energy security means and what energy efficiency means. And I'm not a person who divides energy from climate. It's all connected, and not only energy, it's transport, it's agriculture, it's everything. You all know climate is everywhere, it's cross-sectoral, and so I think even though there is a war, climate is there, and you think about recovery. And what we also heard today is that the decarbonization of Ukraine was planned way before the war. So it's not a new topic for the country, but now it has different challenges. In my opinion, of course, no one denies the need for power supply, for the energy, that the people can have heat, that they can have power. No one denies the need for recovery of the economy, but I don't think it's wise to wait for the end of the war, for the victory, before to implement climate-related measures. I think also that Ukraine now can think what country would they like to be after the victory. What are the green criteria they want to apply? Of course, as we heard from Marcos now, there is chapter 27 with many criteria, but still you need to adjust as Ukraine, and all the donors and international community and stakeholders are very much in help for that. But you may decide how you would like to live in future. And here I would like to mention again what was said before, the Build Back Better or even Build Forward Better. I would like to include the resilience approach as well, so that the country is prepared for future shocks, not only wars, but also climate catastrophes. The do not significant harm principle were mentioned today. I think this is very important, and also a just transition. So let's think about what means just transition. Another topic, it was mentioned today, was finance, investments. We heard that IFIs have certain, or also private banks have, donors, whatever, have certain conditions for giving a country money, like Ukraine. And we heard from EBRD, I think, and EIB, they have a green agenda, they have a green strategy, and if you want to have the money, you need to apply this green criteria. Either there is war or not. So I think this is also important to get the investment into the country, to get the money, but also to be prepared to be a competitor later when you are a EU member. And in my opinion, this preparation needs to start or go on now, yeah, very much. Mr. Tjatschuk, in the former session, he also, and André Kitura, we were talking about the NECP, and that the NECP is applied in all sectors, and I know that implementation is now difficult, as we heard, but as they said, NECP is in all sectors. I again would like to say mainstreaming of climate is therefore important. You need to have to apply climate considerations into all recovery efforts in all sectors. You need to think about how to use the transport system, how to do the energy system, agriculture, industries. Let's talk about carbon border adjustment mechanisms. All these topics are very important, and they are not waiting for the victory of Ukraine. Now shortly, I'm sorry for that, Ukraine Climate Office. This is still project-based. It's a project called Capacities for Climate Action. It's commissioned by the German government via the International Climate Initiative and co-funded by the EU and implemented by the GIZ. So at the moment I'm heading this, now say, Climate Office. It's supposed to be an independent Ukrainian institution one day, like a Center of Excellence for Climate Topics in Ukraine. Currently, we support the government in legal matters, for instance, the climate law, which was mentioned today. We very much supported that with a legal advisor in our team. We are going to work on the Do Not Significant Harm guideline for Ukraine, which it's related to the European one, which I think will be published only in January or next year, but it will be a bit more pragmatically because you are a country in war. We also help in the EU accession for Chapter 27. And as you said, 200 regulations and directives, we focus only on climate. So this part is a little smaller than the environment part. For other topics, we initiate expert discussions on the ETS system, on the CBAM system, on Do Not Significant Harm, what are green criteria, what shades of green you need to think, how to transform the country, how to synthesize the fragmented approaches of recovery. And we also reach out to society on climate change topics because I think this is also something we heard this morning. The society, there are many conspiracy theories. We can also see it in Europe about the green sector. And just to reach out and to explain what climate change means for their life and what decisions are, or what choices they have. Let's say it like this. For the future, the Climate Office, as I said, should be a Ukrainian institution, and here we focus on putting this office or this climate center also in a network of European and Ukrainian partners. So it's not supposed to be a standalone institution, it should be a part of a bigger, wider network. And with this, I would like to say thank you very much to Green Deal Ukraine, who is a good role model for creating a network and to including us into this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. That was really interesting. Just one follow-up question, maybe quickly. In your discussions, as you described them, that you focused on the climate issues, the ETS, all of that, what is the most challenging argument that you come across in your discussions in Ukraine, and how do you respond to it?
Sorry, the question was, what was which argument? Sorry.
Yeah, what is the most difficult argument or difficult question that you are faced with when you talk to people around, like, implementing ETS, for example?
Oh, ETS and CBAM especially, it's always that Ukrainian companies will not be competitive anymore. They will lose money and they will lose people and so on. This is the most argument which we always hear. And also maybe that climate measures should be taken once there's peace, and then we can then people can think about a green recovery.
Right, thank you. So I guess this all comes back to the arguments that we heard throughout the day, why we can't wait for those measures.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, thank you so much. I would like to now turn to Janusz Kopacz, the energy and climate expert. And maybe if you can also talk about a little bit about the negotiation process. Is there a way to go faster with the negotiation process, how to do it, and how fast we can go?
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the invitation. I was many years ago chief negotiator for Chapter 27 and Chapter 15 on behalf of Slovenia when we were entering EU. And I believe this is also the reason why Green Deal Ukraine invited me to participate in this. And I can say something out of my old experiences, but also latest experiences. When we trying to answer on your question, I would first question myself, or I mean whomever, what is fast? So only then we can say what is faster. Ukraine will become EU member state, some say 2030, some say it will be later. All these accession negotiations for each chapter in the past, when we were entering EU, it was 2 to 3 years. Now, latest accession countries, we see Montenegro, Serbia, it's much longer. And what happened in between, what Markus mentioned, I think it's very important. You don't negotiate on chapters anymore, but on clusters. So in energy is here relatively advanced energy sector. Ukraine is member of energy community. Reforms are relatively well progressed, but other chapters inside that cluster are not that well developed because there was no such institution as Energy Community Secretariat who would help for years and years and years in capacity building and technical assistance in drafting the legislation. So all these chapters, which are in cluster number 4, have to be appropriately equally developed when the cluster will be opened. And if the cluster will be opened in 20, Markus said perhaps 25. I heard Ms. Stefanishina said most probably 26 for that cluster. If it will be 26, or it means Ukraine, has to start with preparations immediately. Just to illustrate, for example, in Chapter 27, you have directive on waste disposal. When we were negotiating, or when I was negotiating this for Slovenia, Slovenia is relatively small. You know, it was relatively simple to provide plans which year, not when entering EU, but later, which year, which landfill will be closed or upgraded to comply with European standards. Ukraine has 6,000 landfills. You know, you have to prepare a plan for 6,000 of them now. It doesn't need, they don't need to comply in 2030 or even not in 2035. I mean, it could be in 2040, but you have to have a plan, which you will have to show when the cluster will be opened. Of course, having a plan also means you have to know where the money will come from. So you have to dedicate some sources, let's say in 2035, already now, for that purpose. It's a very complicated preparatory process. Then, just not to talk about, for example, wastewater treatment in agglomerations, about 10,000 people, about 15,000 people, and so on. Everything has to be prepared. Which year, which agglomeration will comply with wastewater treatment acquis, and so on, and so on. But as it was already mentioned during the discussion, I think the most challenging will be, of course, ETS directive. Here, even more challenging is to prepare on this challenge, because Ukraine should already now, today or in next months, answer on several very important questions which nobody asks currently yet. So, which, for introduction to say, ETS directive was adopted in EU in 2004, it was implemented in 2005, and it was amended until now, I think, 16 or 17 times. So it's a directive which developed. Ukraine can simply not take over directive as it is now. It's impossible. So it has to envisage its gradual transposition. But this graduality, even if it doesn't happen in 2030 or 2035, it has to be designed now. And for this, Ukraine should answer. I prepared a set of questions, which should be clear already now. So which sectors to include? Only CBAM sectors, 6 of them, also transport, even housing, which is, I mean, the latest amendment to ETS directive in EU. Of course, that would be too much for Ukraine. How to calculate the initial cap, total amount of available greenhouse gas allowances, and linear reduction factor. What will be the basic year for the national allocation plan, keeping in mind that the monitoring, reporting and verification system is not yet in place? Who could manage a registry of allowances before accession? Will there be some free allocation for the modernization of the energy sector and industry? Free allocation is expiring in EU, we know this, but in Ukraine it could be well relevant for years in advance. Can Ukraine negotiate the recognition of Ukrainian ETS by EU based on Article 25 of the ETS directive? And so on and so on. Too many questions for such a panel. I think chapter 27 will be perhaps technically most challenging of all, and Ukraine must prepare very well and of course start this already now. One of the preparatory steps which should be done already now is how you will increase your CO2 tax, which is now, I don't know, 30 hryvnias per ton. It's a good start, but just as a comparison, Montenegro, as another accession country, years ago already introduced a price 24 euros per ton, and nothing dramatically happened. And they're nicely collecting this money and nicely distributing it for some modernization purposes. Of course, modeling has to be done, but this graduality, jumping on from 30 hryvnias per ton to 65, 70 euros per ton by 2030, what some politicians mention, if you are really planning to do this, then you have to start graduality now, in 2024 or in 2025, and so on and so on. So again, there is a question, what can be done faster? I think that these very necessary preparatory steps have to be done very fast, and then things will be easier later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Janis. That was a great finish to your intervention.
Let me just come in with one correction, if I may, because Janis said I mentioned 2025 for the opening. We've got the screening meetings scheduled for the cluster in summer next year. But at the screening meetings, we take a snapshot and look at where Ukraine is on all the chapters. And then depends, sometimes you have opening benchmarks, which then need to be achieved first before the actual opening of a chapter can then go ahead. But if all chapters could be opened of the cluster, and summer we'll see then. So it's not the opening of the cluster, but it's the screening meetings that we have in summer. That's quite important. Thanks.
Thank you, Markus, for this clarification. And also, Yanis, I just wanted to follow up with one question or maybe summary. So I gather from your intervention that you would rather than talk about whether to implement and, you know, split hairs over how difficult it's going to be and how unprepared Ukrainian businesses are for ETS, you would rather recommend focus on modalities, focus on timelines, focus on preparation, focus on monitoring and reporting. Is that a fair assessment of your intervention?
Yes, very, very correct. Monitoring, reporting, verification, I didn't mention. That's an urgently necessary step anyhow. I mean, you have to prepare your administration to follow the greenhouse gas emission. But since Ukraine already has this tiny CO2 tax, it's already first step. It's not that bad. It should just be upgraded with very concrete plan how to progress further in next years before you will enter EU, and of course also to have a vision what to do after entering EU. Just perhaps one thing which I forgot to mention as an advice. Some countries negotiated what they will do till entering EU, you know, or in particular year. And then even in the case when we were entering EU, we thought it will be earlier, it will be faster. So we negotiated some things for the particular year, but then the process was delayed. Not only for Slovenia, it was also for Poland, for Slovakia, Czechia, and so on. And just as an example, for example, Czechia heavily negotiated on a transitional period for gas directive at that time. And then they succeeded to prolong it till 2005, 1st of January 2005, if I remember correctly. But then they entered EU only in 2004. So they lost a lot of energy for negotiating derogation for a few months. So better is, you know, to say what you will do in a year after entering EU, in 2 years after entering EU, to have a little bit more flexibility. Because nobody can promise, neither from EU, neither from Ukraine, when this year will exactly start. But when you start to negotiate, you have to have an anchor about which you will discuss. So there are many things to be done, but all of them request a very detailed and I would say responsible plan of measures which can be well in the future years. No, it's not so important, but it should be done and presented in the very beginning. And then, of course, it should be followed. There's a lot of work to do. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. And apologize for Markus' misunderstanding.
Thank you for these very concrete recommendations. I think many people took notes. Now I'd like to turn to Alexei Pasyuk, from Deputy Director of EcoAction, the civil society organization in Ukraine that is focused on protecting the environment very much, and really a vocal voice on the environment agenda in Ukraine. So Alexei, you can now a bit summarize maybe our panel, but also if you could give us your thoughts on how to incorporate the environmental and climate considerations into future Ukraine development plans.
Hello. Thank you for this possibility to talk. I want to a little bit get back to what was discussed through the day, because I think when we are now discussing climate and ETS, whatever, it's a little bit disconnected from everyday's problem that people are solving. And I think it's a kind of opportunity that suddenly energy security is such a topic and it's so much linked to climate change that we can basically build up now on solving our problem with emissions without introducing emission trading scheme. That's what we have seen over the last years also on municipality levels, and that's why I was keeping asking this question, is that there is now a demand locally, readiness to implement projects which we can call as transition towards carbon neutrality, but in reality it's basically solving everyday's need. And we now face a situation that there is certain type of project of certain scale which are missing funding. So we have been helping communities to develop projects, but now they don't have money for that. And today we saw this discussion with banks that basically for the bank as a BRD, they are too small. Then they give money to commercial banks, but then they only can give money in a way that they can fund for 5 years. And then also municipalities and communities in general are very difficult client to finance because how they pay back. So one thing which we are missing are mechanisms which would be available to fund these kind of things. And we discussed it with the BRD and they said, oh, no, you have to go to commercial banks. Although there is a history of programs here also in Ukraine which were allowing, which were putting money together with technical assistance at the level kind of to start this project when there was no market, when technology was much more expensive and everything was much more complicated, but it was moving. So I think this is one of the opportunity which we see is missing. And there is a bit of disappointment for me, for example, if we look into Ukraine facility and the biggest chunk of the money there, they're now going to distribute it through the development banks. So again, this huge pack of money will have a bottleneck for distribution because banks would need to find the proper clients to finance it. So this is one of the kind of big message which I would like to have to sound here, that there are more opportunities which are now being missed because there are no proper structures for funding in place. Especially, well, for example, solar have been, we can say, quite progressive in Ukraine, right? Because of easy, fast, accessible. Now we have to diversify. And the document which Green Deal prepared says 1 gigawatt of what was that, of wind, right? Wind is appearing to be a bit more complicated to fund because EBRD wants to have like 50 megawatt a spot. Is it really decentralized? There are opportunities ideally for communities to build this, but then there are no this kind of funding for wind, which is longer term, it's not solar. So we have these complications which we have to solve. And one thing which is happening around that is suddenly ETS is being described as a source of funding. And I have been to this meeting where there were a business who was really teaching government that they have to bring money investment, that the whole negotiation with the EU should be about how you give us kind of free money for switching technologies, whatever. And we have to understand that's not it, right? ETS is there to fine you for emissions and find the way to make it cheaper not to emit. Yeah, so the emission is expensive. It's not a certain source of funding which suddenly appears. So, yeah, and that's why I feel a little bit that this little bit kind of puts us outside of the focus about what have to be done. There is this expectation that with the EU there will be money, and unfortunately that are not happening. Again, for other countries which were joining EU, who are now in EU, you have this like cohesion funds, this kind of facilities which goes directly to the region. Ukraine facility don't leave space for that, right? Again, it's all going to be through loans and another piece going to directly to government funding. But if I would need to say something about the topic of this session about the chapter, I think one of the biggest challenge and what we need to do and what it would be important, and I don't know even how to make it attractive for Ukrainian society, is an issue of state control. State control on pollution, on how projects are being implemented. I mean, with all these projects which are now being on the list, the government just come up with, what, 700 something projects on the list. They're like mining, this kind of stuff, where it's very important to have a state oversight about what is happening. That's what I assume EU environmental legislation is about. It's a lot about, say, liability for damage, these kind of things, which now requires quite a review in Ukraine. And I would say that this is one of the things which would be important. And it's not so much about negotiating things. It's about making them acceptable inside of the country. Also for government itself to understand it's important, because now the biggest push is what? Deregulation, lack of control, right? Because you want business to survive, to move, and that doesn't fit the objective. So I think there is a difficult discussion to happen how we implement this state control of the impact. So yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Alexei. You mentioned very important aspects like centralization versus decentralization also in the energy sphere and efficiency of the process. I would also like to just comment briefly on the fact that ETS is in fact a source of funding that will be in hands of government. So like Yanis before said, you already have the carbon tax, increasing carbon tax, and then introducing ETS will be providing money that will have to be actually channeled back into the energy sector.
Indeed, but now first you have to take it from this business.
Yes, from different businesses and then channel it to different purposes. That's the idea. But you mentioned very important issues: lack of access to financing, or maybe inefficiency in distributing financing. I'm afraid we have run out of time. I'm asking the organizers now to let me whether we have any questions from the audience that we would like to ask and have a Q&A, or we probably need to conclude our panel because we have extended our time. So I would like to now thank you very much for being here, for talking to our audience and letting me being part of this discussion. Thank you very much to my panelists. Big round of applause. Yanis, you want to comment on something, please?
A question.
Oh, there is a question. Okay.
Yes. My name is George Kokiashvili, independent expertise and consultancy on energy. I was afraid that two sacral words like ETS and CBAM would escape our attention, but it is not. And therefore I have following question. Let's face the fact. Ukrainian government, Ukrainian economy is not yet ready to adopt and implement all the regulations and all the needs and standards which are required for CBAM and ETS. Taking into account that fact and the fact that, well, government is very reluctant to just adopt European practices. They are very stubborn and resistant here, equal to what on the front line. Is there any chance that there will be a kind of individual period for Ukraine for this transition? Thank you.
I think nobody can promise this, neither representative of European Commission nor anybody else. In the CBAM regulation, there is so-called Ukrainian clause which envisages that in the case of if there was an aggression on the country, of course Ukraine is not mentioned, but all the description fits only to Ukraine. The regulation could be amended and CBAM as a mechanism could be postponed for that country. But of course, such an amendment has to go through European Commission, Council and Parliament. And the process should start already, I believe, I mean, it's a little bit late to start it now, to have it effective before 1st of January 26. And of course, the initiative should come from Ukraine. I mean, nobody in Europe will, in European Union will promote such an initiative.
Unfortunately, there is no initiative yet.
That's, I think, Marcus, perhaps you have...
Because CBAM is almost there in 2026.
I mean, Yanis is right. There's a sort of force majeure clause in it, but it needs to be initiated by the Ukrainian side. Currently, we're not in those discussions yet, so I also can't say more. But more than theoretical, I mean, there is a sort of vehicle that would take account of the situation that the country is in.
I guess it needs to be by far bigger and lengthy conference on it.
Correct. Do we have any more questions?
Suzanne has 2 questions. No? Somebody else had 2 questions. Or sorry, Suzanne allowed for 2 questions, but there was one. Is there any other? Seems not. So.
All right. Thank you very much again, and over to you, Susanne and Gerard. Thank you. Big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Green Deal Ukraine, I would like to heartfully thank to all our speakers, moderators, participants of today's event. We are very grateful for all of you to be here and to contribute into the important discussion. So, as you know, our project is a trilateral project between Germany, Poland and Ukraine, and it is important for us to provide the basis and the platform for such discussions. And also with the process, the accession process that Ukraine is now entered, the negotiations are a big part of the work that ahead of Ukraine. So, and again, we are really happy to contribute to the discussions on the expert levels, on the organizational level, and even on the governmental level where we can. So the name of the event today, again, was Investment in Energy and Climate in Times of War on the way of Ukraine towards the EU. And we have started with the high-level perspective on energy and climate. And we have heard that the Ministry of Environmental Protection is really committed to deepen further the framework and implement all the necessary legislation to continue the legislative initiatives. We have heard from the ambassador of Charge d'Affaires of the Republic of Poland in Kiev that Ukraine is priority for the Polish presidency and the beginning of the next year, and we have heard also for the representative of DG Klima that they are recognized that Ukraine now is not only advanced in energy, but also in climate, with the climate law implementation, with NECP in place, and also with Ukraine facility plan that will allow to move further. In our second panel, we discussed what can be done already now in midterm and short-term period, and we have heard from Georg Zachman, from Susanne Nies, and from Anastasia Vereshinska what can be done now and what is needed for that. And in our next panel, we discuss among banks and international financial organizations what conditions needed to basically implement the actions that we proposed in the second panel, and the investments are there. There are some, not some, but a lot has to be improved. Maybe with data transparency it's not so easy during the martial law, but for example with straightening regulatory framework, with being transparent and predictable with the regulatory framework, this will facilitate significantly the possibility of investment. Also, having discussed all of that, we recognized that it is important basically to also invest in people who will facilitate and implement everything that we discussed earlier. And then with our panel, we discussed also the GDU capacity building programs with the Kyiv School of Energy Policy and with the Florence School of Regulation. And our last panel was dedicated to the climate questions. But yeah, now I'm talking too long. I want to take over to our partner, Dixie Group, and to Roman Nitsevich, which is Research Director of Dixie Group. Could you please continue and help me to conclude?
Yeah, thank you so much. So indeed, the war accelerated certain things, and back in early 2022, no one could have imagined that we will be now in accession process. No one could have imagined that we will be synchronizing with NSOE 1 year ahead of schedule, and so on and so on. However, the war also raised important dilemmas, which we are continuing discussing today. So on the one hand, just to name a few, certainly faster integration, but now we are entering a complex stage of accession negotiations. So the time of turbo regime is over. Now it's time for very specific, complex decisions. Then we now have the quite vertical chain of command in terms of governance. However, there are even stronger and stronger voices to empower municipalities, communities, and even citizens to enable developing a decentralized system, which you can hardly achieve in a centralized manner. Finally, there is, the increased role of state, with all the assets being taken over, and again this vertical style of management. However, the capacity has not improved significantly. So we constantly hear the need to get more knowledge, to train people, to help in developing certain regulations. And we understand that this is needed, but in the future, the role of government should be, in the economy, should be less. That's why we as a think tank joined the team of Green Deal Ukraine. That's why we contributed strongly to the development of a national energy and climate plan. and now are working on having it implemented, not being a bookshelf document, setting a green transition office at the Ministry of Economy. That's why we continue engagement with the communities, helping 10 of them to develop local energy plans, and then learning from this experience to improve the process. And that's why we founded the Kyiv School for Energy Policy, and that's why we are fighting for opening more data, even in the times of war. So to sum up, I would like to mention one Latin proverb. In English it sounds, the fate leads the willing and drags the unwilling. So if our fate is to become part of the EU, we need to be the willing one, and all our partners and the fate to support us. Thank you.